This is Harold Zawatsky. I'm the chairman of the Fairfield Board of Assessment Appeals. Today is Monday, March the 29th. The time is 4:13 p.m. and I'm calling this meeting to order. This meeting is for deliberation and voting upon appeals properly brought before the board. Our person who's taking the minutes is Kathy, and she is going to do the roll call.
Okay, Paulette Kuzo.
Here.
Kathleen Griffin.
Here.
Alexis Harrison. Alexis is not present. Peter Rupert. Peter is not present. Harold Zawatsky.
Here.
Ronique Patel.
Here.
John Spoilier. John is not present. Judy Zablak. Judy is not present. Catherine Gift.
Present.
Thank you, Kathy. We do have a quorum of 5 members. I believe that our secretary, Kathleen Griffin, has put together a listing of appeals for us to hear today. So I don't know where on this list of some 40 plus appeals we want to start with.
I would say Catherine wants to go, and Ronique, I know both of them are equally eager, so I'd say 30 minutes each and see how we do, and I'd like 30 minutes too, so.
All right, our meeting time is going to stretch till 9 o'clock tonight, so let's see if we can get through a lot. And so I suggest we start with Ronique. Has just taken a bite.
Don't worry, sorry.
Oh, yes, I have Ross's hand up. One moment.
Yeah, just Kathleen, you were very hard to hear when you were speaking. You're very distant.
Tom supposedly fixed my computer today, so let me see if I can fix that. If not, I will go to my cell phone again. I moved my laptop. Is it any better? No?
It's really faint.
Okay.
Use your outside voice.
All right. I have a separate speaker because the speaker's bad. Let's see if I unplug the speaker if the microphone's any better. Is that any better on the microphone?
Are you using your phone to dial in?
No, I'm using my laptop because I brought it in. Tom worked on it this morning to stop the feedback. Remember I had all that feedback the other day? I just don't love using my cell phone, but I will if we need to. So while they go, I'm going to see if I can't increase the volume on the microphone. If not, I will go to my cell phone.
Okay.
Hear you. Am I the only one who can hear you?
It's just
I
a
can
little
hear
faint,
Kathleen. It is a little distant, faint.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find the volume on that.
Um,
Go ahead, who's ever going first is good.
Perfect. So then let me present to the board appeal number 232. I'll pull that up as well. Appeal number 232 is for Ryan Folick. And so it's for 14 Campfield Drive. The requested value is $205,000. We have it appraised at $244,100. I would like to motion to approve his requested value.
Catherine will second.
Great, thank you so much. So this appeal is pretty straightforward. It was appraised with the purchase of January and 2018, so it's a little dated. I'm trying to find the appraisal here. I don't see the appraisal, but anyways, it was sold for $192,000 in January 2018.
Ronnie, please make a motion, please.
Well, he did.
Oh, I thought I did.
And I second it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So couple of things about this property. I don't think he's being completely unreasonable because it was just sold for $192,000 in January 2018, and he's requesting for $205,000. And so it's World War II housing, so it's a duplex, but it's a single family attached house. The comparables in the neighborhood were 3 properties that he was mentioning that's indicated in the documents that he gave me. One was 10 Campfields, one was 10 Knapp, the other one was 15 Knapp, all really close to him. The most comparable, he said, is the next door neighbor, and that is 10 Campfields. It literally sold for $210,000 on September 2020, and it's exactly the same style. The only thing is it's 25 square foot larger with an extra half bath. And so that's why he said that was most comparable. It's right next door. It's kind of a no-brainer. Next door property sold in September 2020 for $210,000, 25 square feet more. He bought it for $195,000, right? Yeah, $192,000. And so I thought he was pretty fair.
Okay, it is pretty straightforward. Any questions? Any comments? I'll call the vote. All those in favor of granting the appeal to the requested amount of $205,000, please raise your hand. And Paulette, how do you vote?
I vote to grant it.
Motion is granted. The vote is 5 in favor. The vote is 5-0-0. The appeal is granted. Kathy, could you please read the vote?
For Appeal 232, to reduce the appraised value to $205,000. The vote is 5-0-0 in favor.
Thank you. Ronique, you have another?
Yeah. So this one is going to be appeal number 568. And this is for William McMorris at 57 Blue Ridge Road. The requested value is $190,000 down, and we have it currently appraised at $236,500. And I am requesting that we approve this request amount of $190,000.
Catherine will second.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is also kind of interesting. It's a vacant land. Believes that there's like some inconsistencies. He tried to sell it, and he never had offers above $200,000. And what a little bit of the history on it. One partner tried to have a building on it, and then they completely took it down, and then they just left him with the land. And they originally wanted to rent the house, and then he left the job, and he just left him with all this dirt and land. So there's nothing on it. And so he said the other properties that he was looking at that were pretty comparable were 745 Hulls, but that he was just looking at the appraisal on that, on the percentage difference. And so he was looking at the most comparable, which was 2 properties, 18 Fairfield Woods, which sold on May 2020 for $199,000. It has a cottage on the property that's being used as a rental. It's a smaller lot. And then 361 Cross Highway sold on June 26, 2020 for $85,000, assessed at $237,000, but he was going off assessment on that one. So the only real comparable sale he did bring was 18 Fairfield Woods. He wanted to bring this in earlier, but he was moving in December. And so he just believed that because 18 Fairfield Woods sold for $199,000 in May 2020, and he tried putting this on the market, and he's never had offers above $200,000. He felt that $190,000 was fair.
This is Harold. Do we know if there are houses adjacent to this property that are on similar size land?
It looks like it's
Um,
off Melville. Is that correct? Over by Ward and Brooklawn?
Yeah, exactly. 18 Fairfield Woods. I don't know exactly where that is, but it's not. I don't think it was too far, but it's a little bit smaller, and they have a cottage on it, which is used as a rental. So, and that was for $199. So I don't know about other vacant properties in that neighborhood or what they were selling for.
And this is Harold. Is that in the same neighborhood code?
18 Fairfield Woods. I don't know.
We can look at I believe there's a card attached. Let me take a look at it.
It's in 85, which is what, Fairfield Woods? I think 85.
Yeah.
I should know my numbers by now.
This looks like a very standard lot. I mean, it just looks like a big opening between two houses that were probably built in 1950. It actually still has the walkway up.
And
to
there's a
house.
demo, this is Kathleen, there's a demo permit on it, looks like it was purchased in 2006, right, for 350 or something, and then there was a demo done. Right, with the demo, I since put I've got too many cards open, but that's what I thought I saw.
Yeah.
I got a question on what house was there? Oh, Harold's got a question and is asking more politely. Yes.
I just want to point out that also there's a 90% condition factor on this. So it has 10% off already as land. I don't know if there's much to go on here.
My concern is, and I don't know if it's in here, it doesn't look like a full lot. Obviously, there was a house there. I mean, you can see the walkway up to the house if you look on Google Maps. However, I don't know what kind of house they could put there now with setbacks. And that would be a big consideration for me.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
Fair.
I mean, it's a quarter of an acre. I don't know really, it's zone B. So zone B is multifamily. I mean, if they could put in a small little duplex or some land.
This is how
The one thing I couldn't.
it would still be a considerable cost to build a house
For sure.
on this plot of land. If there's no further comment, I will call a vote.
I have a comment.
Yes, Paulette.
Clarify for me, what is the subject that we're talking about listed in the same neighborhood as Fairfield Woods Road?
Ross has his hand up to address that.
Sure, what was the address on Fairfield Woods Road?
18.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. No, this one's in Tungus Hill neighborhood. It's a different neighborhood code. The values might be a little bit different. I'd have to look at each card and see what the what the factors are. But this is neighborhood 90. The other one was a neighborhood 85. So neighborhood 90 is a 1.2.
I just want to make sure of that because the Fairfield Woods Road is a smaller lot, but that's a much better neighborhood. So this particular lot in Tungus Hill, he's asking for a market value of 190, saying that's reasonable. That is reasonable. It's in a B zone. He needs 9,000 square feet of property to build a duplex. But then again, like Catherine said, we have to meet the setbacks. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you what they are. I could look it up. But I couldn't say off the top of my head without seeing the lot on the map. But
Yeah,
I don't think it's an unreasonable request.
Excuse me, I don't think so either. I also think that because he tried selling it. One thing I couldn't find is previous sales prices, like what he was putting it on the market for. Because everything I kept looking up with kept coming up as Wilson, but he said that he tried selling it before and he never had offers above 200,000. Yeah,
because he never tried it. He listed it himself. It was never on multiple listing.
Yeah, he would just call
Okay.
around. to
Oh, I
some
see.
Ross, did you have any comment? You had your hand up earlier. Okay, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to reduce the amount to $190,000, please raise your hand. Three in favor. Paulette, how do you vote?
I'm voting to approve it. Grant it.
To vote? I'm sorry, say again?
I'm voting to grant the appeal.
Thank you. All those opposed, please raise your hand. The vote is 4 to grant the appeal to reduce to $190,000, 1 opposed. And would you please, the appeal is granted in the amount of $190,000. Kathy, could you please call the roll? Vote. Sorry.
For
the vote.
Appeal 568, to reduce the appraised value to $190,000, the vote passed. The appeal is granted. The vote was 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Catherine opposed.
Thank you. Ronique, you wish to continue?
Okay. Yeah, so the next appeal I have is appeal number 402, and that's for Anastas Francis at 552 Naps Highway. The requested value is $200,000 from the town value, and we have the town appraised at $270,800. And I am motioning to approve this request.
This is Harold. I'll second.
Okay, so I'm actually, I know we had to vote to, or say that a motion to approve it, but I'm on the defense of actually not really approving this one because she provided no comps. The one thing that she did say is the location, it's next to the field of the elementary school and it has a light near there. And so there's always constantly people around that area. One thing she did mention, and I don't know, and maybe Ross will know this, but she said that there's only 2 bedrooms, or there's only 1 bedroom, and we have it listed as 2. But I don't know how much of a difference the bedroom's going to make on their appraised value, if it makes any at all. Do you know, Ross, if that will change it?
This is Ross. That's not going to make a difference 2 to 1. Let me just double check. It did. It actually made a very small difference. So
And,
it reduced it to $270,800.
That's what we have now.
Is it? I thought I saw it change.
Well, maybe lost in rounding. And I'm sorry, Monique, if we have if the town has 270, what are they asking for?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What are they asking for?
They're asking for 200.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is Ross. It dropped it to $269,900, so not even just $900. So very small change.
Okay. So they were saying they couldn't really provide comps because all the properties around them are significantly larger. And they just are really appraising the land value because it's just on a busy road. It's next to the elementary school field and it's near a lake. But no real rationale to why they got the 200 and no other comps. Or have to go outside.
This is Harold. The land is appraised at $227,400, so that is more than they're requesting. If they believe that, as you say, the value of their home is in the land, then perhaps a partial grant to the value of the land would make sense. Any thoughts on that? Kathleen?
Kathleen, I mean, I think because they provided no comparable sales and said that there weren't any, and, no interior pictures of whether that's really a bedroom or not, I don't think we need Let me say it the right way. I don't know that I want to go there if I don't think it's going to change my decision, put it that way.
Okay,
I just think they needed to make a better case.
And this is
Catherine.
Rafiq. I agree. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm looking at the picture and I mean, it shows an air conditioner in the attic. So for them to not say that's a bedroom, I mean, again, I kind of see where Kathleen's going on this. So I'm in that path.
all right. Any further comment? I'll call a
Yeah,
vote.
this is Rafiq. I feel the same way. I mean, I also get really nervous throwing out a number out there for them because then they're stuck with that for the next 5 years. So maybe if she presents her case next year or if she wants to reappeal, then she can make a stronger case. But until then, I don't want to throw out a number. Even if it's just changing maybe we just change that one bedroom and that's it, just to make sure it's accurate. But it doesn't really make a difference.
Well, and I don't know that it's accurate when I look at the picture. So
It's because the attic.
It's an air
it's
conditioner.
actually finished with an air conditioning with 2 windows.
Yeah,
This-
yeah. So I feel like we should just keep it the same and vote on it.
This is Harold. I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal, please raise your hand or voice your opinion. All those opposed, please raise your hand or voice your opinion. Paulette, I'm referring to you.
Yes, I'm going to vote to deny the appeal, but I also think that the assessor should go out there and look at it. I don't care if it's $5. That lady deserves that $900 off. And the other thing is it's way overassessed. So we can't do anything about it because she didn't present a case, but she at least deserves her $900. I think you should go look at it. And also, the problem with that attic thing that keeps coming up is homeowners don't know that they're talking about the second floor. It's called an attic in that style house, but it's not really the attic. People don't know that. They think about an attic like, you know, it's a storage space. So
Right.
that's just confusing to them. That's why that keeps coming up. It's really the living space. They don't see it that way though, but I think somebody should look and see if she really has a 1-bedroom house.
Okay, thank you. First of all, the appeal is denied. The vote is 0-5-0. And also, I would suggest to Ronnie, if you're willing, to please make a request of the assessor's office to schedule an inspection and make corrections to the card based on the findings, if appropriate.
Are we
Okay.
referring to the land or are we referring to the bedroom?
Let the assessor do its normal process of inspection.
Okay.
You could just request an inspection of the property. All right, so Kathy, did you call the vote?
Not yet.
Thank you.
Appeal 402 to reduce the appraised value to $200,000 is denied. The vote was 0-5-0 with unanimously opposed.
Correct, thank you very much. Ronick, you want to do one more and then we'll pass it on to Catherine? Thank you.
Sure. So this was appeal number 220. And this is for Michael Flatto at 3 Beacon View Drive. And the requested value is $170,000, down from the town's appraised value of $256,000, and I'm requesting a motion to approve this appeal.
Catherine will second.
Thank you, Catherine. So this appeal, I actually do think he is being pretty fair. The house down the street is very identical, which is 10 Naps Road. And that sold on August 3rd, 2020. It's around the corner from his house. It's it's larger. And so that did sell for $220. And he did a little bit of a calculation with land and dwelling. And so, but he was basically saying it was, if he took, that's how he got the $170,000. He took the percentage of the living and the percentage of the land on the evaluation, and that's how he came up with the 170 and compared it to 10 naps on how it was appraised. But it did sell on August 3rd, 2020 for $220,000. And that's why he adjusted it. It's just a bigger property, right? The other two comparables he gave were 60 Camden, which sold on September 20. And it's just a bigger lot as well. And if he were to compare his own house to that, he would think it would be around 106 to 166 using his math that he tried using. The other comparable was 42 Jarvis Court.
Excuse me, one minute, Ronnie.
Yeah.
I think that one of the lines have been muted, and so we hear music in the background. Let's give it a moment to clear that up.
Yeah, Kathy? Kathy, can you check that? Probably the public
Yeah,
line was
I'm
dropped.
gonna call in. Okay, 1 second.
I see, this is Harold, I see a call-in, user 5.
Harold, this is Kathleen. That call-in user 5 is Paulette, I believe.
I think so too.
We're holding your place in line, Ronnie, so let's see if we can get all that back so that we can have a quorum.
I'm here.
Oh, you're on the caller on 5.
Yeah, this is Kathleen, and I just called the line. I can hear I can hear you talking on the line. The music is
I hear her as
playing.
well. I noticed that the assessor was on a phone call. Perhaps he put his call on hold, and that's why we hear the music.
Ronnie, just talk really
Harold,
loud.
sure, Jake.
Yeah, keep going, Renee. Every minute counts. For compliance. Setting out your music.
I thought if I called the voice line, the whole music would go off, just like Kathleen, but it didn't.
No, we think it's the Ross did something. That's what. And it's in lecture mode.
Pardon me?
With that.
This is Harold. I don't think we can move on until we can get this cleared up. It's just not going to work on the recordings.
Yeah, Ross got another phone call, so he's on another phone.
This is Kathleen. He keeps lighting up, right? His square keeps turning blue. Is everybody watching his square light up?
No, I don't see that, but that doesn't mean. Oh, yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
Yeah,
You're right,
that's
Kathleen.
what I feel like. It could well be his
Is there any way to mute that?
office phone on music.
Can it be muted by us, by Kathy?
And Kathy, can you mute Ross?
So the whole
Yeah, if you just go to
music isn't
participants
coming
and
from the WebEx, it's coming from the free conference call voice connection. So
Kathy, I would ask you to go into Ross's office and ask him to disconnect that line.
okay.
Or hang up his phone for him. His phone's probably on in his office or something. Kathleen, I don't ever want to hear this song again when we're done this year. They better change the music for next year or whatever, for any other.
I think we've solved our problem, so Ronnie, please proceed.
Okay, perfect. So do we still have everyone? Okay, yeah. So he did say the most comparable is 10 Naps. The only concern that I really had was comparing it with 10 Naps, even though it is right around the corner, it's half a duplex, right? And so his is a one-bedroom property. And so that was the only concern I really had with his math. And so I do think that he does deserve a reduction. And since 10 Naps did sell for $220 and it is bigger, and it's half a duplex, I do believe he was being pretty fair at $170. I just don't know the dynamics of a duplex. I would think that a duplex would be sold for less, right?
Yes, it would be.
So that's why, and he's requesting for a value lower than his at 10 Naps. And that's why I'm thinking he was being pretty fair with it.
Is the subject property a single family or a duplex?
Single family.
Thank you.
Now, wasn't it a duplex?
3 Beacon, I believe. Hold on.
Beacon, let's see.
I thought it was a single family. Okay.
This is Harold.
It
By
says
the
here-
looks of it, it doesn't look like it's a single
not.
family.
You're right. I'm sorry. It's part of a duplex. My apologies. He kept saying
No.
one bedroom, and I kept confusing it. That's why he compared it with 10 Naps.
So this is Kathleen. So I'm looking at the sales data. Do I have my microphone on? Yeah. So I see that a half duplex at 61 Beacon View Drive, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, 625 square feet, sold for $160 in 2018. I see that. Now that could be him. I don't remember what his address was. And then there was another 1 bedroom. You know, these are older sales. They're not in the period. Yeah, there's another half duplex on 63 Beacon View, sold for $115. That sounds really low, but that was in 2015. So maybe these ones are getting split up. Some of the 2 bedroom, 1 bath sold for $175 in 18. You know, there's others on Beacon View, but they're 2 family duplexes, and those are like 1,500 square feet. Those are selling for $380 in October. So it's probably the similar thing, but they're selling the whole building as opposed to having it separated out. Does that make sense? How many square feet is he, Rosie?
Yeah. He is 622.
This is Harold. It's 622 square feet.
Okay. Yeah, so these ones at 625 and 780, even though they're 18 sales, they'll tell you the 780 sold for 175 in 2018, the 625 sold for 160 in 2018.
Yes, I
And
sold
then
that.
the 2 families are bigger.
There-
Yeah.
It almost seems.
I
Any
hear
further
you.
comments?
I hear what Ronique's saying. I mean, it's hard to do a 1 bedroom. He has 3 rooms. 170 is aggressive, but 256 is definitely too high.
This is Harold. I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting?
Well, so this is Kathleen. Did you want to make a, or I don't know, what are we doing? Are we just gonna, Ronique, were you gonna try to change it, or because he didn't really use sales data? What's your thought?
Sales data wasn't really.
I
enough.
mean, I do like that 10 Naps he gave that comparable because it's right around the corner, but it's bigger, right? I mean, and it sold for $220,000. Even if I were to make a difference, it would be between 170 to 200, but I'm not comfortable making a dollar amount. I'd rather approve his requested.
Paulette?
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Paulette. If we look at 10 Naps Park, not Naps, whatever it is, Naps Highway, 10 Naps Park, the first comp he uses. It's 3 bedrooms, 1.5 baths. It's got 2 extra bedrooms plus a half bath, and it's a lot bigger. 350 square feet bigger. Now, I know that Ross said that one bedroom was only worth $900, but remember, we're looking at fair market value, not the assessor value. So for 2 bedrooms and half a bath, for 300 square feet more, I don't think that the difference between 170 I don't think he's being unreasonable. I think that's pretty fair. And I don't think, these do not go up in value that much. From 2018 to now, from 160 to 170, I could believe that that's possible. They're just not that popular. It's not a great living situation in those 3 rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yes, Ray?
no, I mean, I'd rather approve his requested value than to make up a number for him. And I think he is being pretty reasonable, I guess, even if I were to change it.
All right. I would like to call a vote. All those in favor of granting the requested amount of $70,000? Yes, $170,000. Please raise your hand. Paulette, how do you vote?
I vote to approve. I vote to grant.
The motion is granted. The appeal is granted to $170,000. It is unanimous. 5 in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. Kathy, call the vote, please.
For Appeal 220, to reduce the appraised value to $170,000, the vote passed unanimously, 5-0-0.
Thank you very much. So, Catherine, do you want to do some for a half hour or so?
Excellent. Is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with appeal number 171. And that is for, oh, I hate when my mouse gets stuck. Okay, 171 is for 1180 Merwin's Lane. The town has a value of $785. The appellant owner, Michael Smith, is requesting a fair market value of $700,000. So he basically has maybe like three arguments for this. One, he purchased it at the beginning of the reval period in November of 2019 for $691,500. It's a ranch. It's a 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath ranch. The main floor has 2,400 square feet, and then there is a finished attic for 800. So it's a nice size unit. And while it's a ranch, they have that upstairs. And what he did was add a kitchenette so that his mother-in-law could come and live with him. So that cost him $7,000.
This is Kathy. I didn't hear a motion in a second.
I'm sorry. The motion was to grant the appeal. Thank you, Kathy. Could I get a second?
This is Veronique. I'll second that.
Thank you.
Sorry, Kathleen.
So he feels that his appraisal would be the $700,000. What he paid for it, plus the kitchenette. His hardship also is that the flood zone has been expanded for the Sasko Brook, and he is now required to pay flood insurance. So he feels any buyer would be looking at that flood insurance premium with the taxes as a carrying charge. And it's a little over $2,000 a year. And he brought in the only comp he could find in his area is number 41 Riders, which is a 3,800 square foot, so bigger, built in 1984, so newer, and that sold for $675. And he does include that property card. It's a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath colonial with a pool. That sold for $675. So based on those 3 argument expenses, I thought he did make a very solid case. So is there any other information, or does anybody have any questions? I don't want to rush anyone.
This is Harold.
Yes.
Looking at the field card and looking at what it looks like there was a reduction,
He always-
change as a result of a reinspection in May of last year.
Well, that wasn't an adjustment. That was to add, that's what he added for his mother-in-law. So it's like a kitchenette laundry area. And that's, that was the CO, him getting the CO for that in
Okay.
May.
I see. But I do see that there is quite a large increase in the assessed value of the main dwelling. And I assuming that's because of the renovations that were done, is that correct?
I assume, yep. I would assume that and he's saying it just didn't have that much value. It cost him $7,000.
Okay.
Rooney?
Yeah, I was just gonna say he bought it in November of 2019 for $691. Even if you added the kitchen, it didn't take for account for time. Even if you did dollar for dollar, which is not always the case for the remodel, ends up being $703,500. He's asking for $700. It's not crazy, but I just don't think it should be $785.
And Kathleen, I see her, but you're on mute, but maybe your phone's coming in.
Not yet. I'm really trying not to use my phone. Anyway, I do see a couple sales on Merwin, so that's why I just want to make sure, and they're in the 9s. I just want to make sure that they're not comps for him. One was, if someone wants to look this one up, 1020 Merwin's Lane. It's 2,900 square feet on 2 acres and sold for $998 in July. So, and it's listed as a conventional home. So I don't know what that means. And he's what, 3,200 square feet? He's bigger, right?
Well, and it is listed as a conventional as well, but
Right.
it's
This one's listed as a conventional.
24 and 8, 24
Yeah.
and 8 upstairs for the.
And then there's one at,
the levels.
yeah, there's one at 542, but 1020 is right around the corner from him, and he's 1180. So I just want to look at that one.
That 920 Merwin is in beautiful shape.
The 920. Yeah,
Yeah. The one
that's why
for
I
nine-
just said, I need to look at that. It's 2,900 square feet. The value is primarily in the dwelling at 450. The land is valued at 425. So the town has that one at 878, even though they paid 998 for it. So I don't know. Did he say his was not in good shape? It just seems, I don't know.
He was very calm, very reasonable. I think he was comfortable with the shape. He was not a gentleman who was looking for brand new. This is not that it should matter, but he was
Yeah.
slightly older, taking in his 85-year-old mother-in-law. So I think he was just comfortable to get one floor living and a nice spot for his mother-in-law, and it's him and his wife, and they weren't looking for bells and whistles. This was a kitchenette. This was not a full, outdoor kitchen. This was something for his mother-in-law to have her own laundry and small area to.
And the appraisal came in around the same. He's got an appraisal, right?
Well, he has an appraisal from when he bought it, but he thought that was dated. The appraisal was $700, and he paid $691,500.
Got it. Okay.
And then he added the in-law, but he said it cost him $7,000 to put in the appliances and the things that he needed, which he permitted and did it. And then he said, and then the flood zone expanded, and now he has to pay for flood insurance.
Yeah, Mrs. Kevin. I would like to see him in the low 7s, like somewhere around 730 rather than 7, but okay.
And then he
Mrs. Paulette.
pulled in the comp of 41 riders saying that's, because again, it would be the same wetland situation or the same, they have a pool and a
Yeah, I haven't looked at that one.
colonial, and that sold for $675.
Paulette, you have a comment?
Well, I looked at the writer's one. I looked at his his house is not as updated as some of the others. He's got a 50s or 60s bathroom in pink, one in blue, you know, not really what you would expect to see in a home valued higher. The cost that Kathleen was talking about for $915,000, he found online, that's not in the floodplain. So that adds a huge amount of money because value. Because in Greenfield Hills, you don't expect to pay flood insurance. You know, in the beach area, yeah, you have to pay it. People do it because they want to be down there. But in Greenfield Hills, that's not something people will pay for. It's not needed most of the time. They're not used to it. It's not typical. So I don't see a problem with this $700,000 value. Considering that didn't really update the whole house. So I don't see the reason to put here and make it a different price. I think 700 is reasonable.
It's Kathleen. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, you know, the other comps on the street aren't comparables, or I shouldn't say that the other sales on the street are not comps. Sounds like it is not. The way they described this one with the stunning handcrafted staircase and the storybook entrance, custom millwork, you know, it makes it sound like it's a very elegant property at 3,200 square feet. That's all.
Yeah. Plus, he's close to the parkway.
I'm sure it has.
This is Harold.
Is there
This does have some adjustments on the land for being wet. It's 0.9, and then there's overage acreage. There are 4 garages. There's 2 connected to the home and 2 separate from the house. So there's 4 garages for this property. I don't know how that compares with the comps either.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. The interior pictures are obviously online too because it's sold, right?
Yep.
it's sold, but he paid $691 for it.
I know.
So, and
I don't see the
again,
pink and
it's
blue
gonna
bath. I
be,
don't see the, yeah, pink and blue bathroom.
you know,
so.
a different, and he was not familiar with flood insurance. So I actually gave him the wording of the expanded flood zone. And he's like, yes, that's exactly what it was. To Paulette's point of view, you don't expect it. In Greenfield Hill, you expect to have some wetlands. You don't expect to be dealing with flood insurance.
There's some of Mount Werwin's that's very low, right?
So whatever it is, he's paying $2,200. And he's not saying that he had to before, like the previous owner didn't. So can I help anybody make their decision, or are we, because I do want to stay on pace. I don't want anybody to feel rushed, but.
I'm good with mine.
I'm good with mine.
Okay,
I'm good.
I will call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of $700,000, please raise your hand. I have 1, 2, 3. Paulette, how do you vote?
I'm in favor. Yes,
In
I'm in
favor?
favor.
You are in favor, yes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. All opposed? 1 opposed, no abstentions. The motion is carried. The vote is 4-1-0. Kathy?
For Appeal 171, to reduce the appraised value to $700,000, the vote carried with a vote of 4 in favor and 1 opposing, with Kathleen opposing.
Thank you.
And this is Kathleen. Oh, not to interrupt you, but I just want to make sure. I saw another one on Beacon View while I was looking at the list, like also asking for the same price that Michael Plato asked for. So I just want to make sure that Ronique gets that one in while we have the same group, so we're not revisiting, you know, the same issue on another property. So go ahead. We just want to, before
Want to go
introducing the
back
next
to
one.
Ronique? Ronique, you want to do that one, and then we'll come back to a few more of mine?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to find it. Do you know
Okay,
the appeal number?
okay.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, so this is actually appeal number 34. Thank you for that, by the way.
No, I look for the streets sometimes, and then they stick out in the same price range. Sometimes good to knock them off together. So.
Yeah, I appreciate it. So appeal number 34 for Paula Gallo at 23 Beacon View Drive. The requested value is $170,000. We have it currently appraised at $285,000. I'm making a motion to approve this requested value.
Catherine will second.
Great, thank you so much. So this property, she does have a comparative market analysis on it as well. And so they were saying it's low end 160, high end 180, a median 175. She's requesting for 170. And it's very similar. The unit attached to hers, which is exactly the same, and it's attached, sold for $175,000 on August 20th. And so she's asking for 170. I really don't think that's unreasonable. Even if I go to 175, I don't think it's unreasonable. I was actually thinking about just doing a partial approval for 175 because the unit attached was exactly the same. Sold on October 2020 for 175.
So this is Kathleen. I wonder why that one didn't show up in our list of sales, right? Because I was just looking at all the Beacon View sales and that one did not pop up. So is she the same size as Mr. Plato's property, the 625 square feet? I don't have the card up.
She is 780.
And she has
This
two,
is Harold. The subject property is 2 bedrooms, 1 full bath,
Got it.
780 square feet.
Versus
so
the
I was even-
625.
And it is assessed for 130,340. And there are 2 comps that are not, the third comp at 25 Beacon View Drive is also 2 bedroom, 1 bath, 5 rooms, and it has, it's a half duplex as well.
Some of the other cases that she was making that I probably should mention on this as well is there's an affordable housing unit trying to be built right next door. There's an appeal pending. It's in court, and it's expected to be upheld for 20 units. It was turned down in March of 2020 for safety issues. Some of the other units she did mention was 1820 Beacon, sold for 410, but that was because the owner sold both of the units, and that's why there is more value. 61 Beacon for 160,000. There was 27 to 29 sold for 325,000, less than the 170,000 side, which was there were 2 sides and one of them were sold. And I mean, she wanted to say she was on food stamps distress from COVID, but I was also just thinking about doing a partial for 175 and motion to change that.
So this is Kathleen. I did look back at the list. It was one of the ones I mentioned before, but it sold in 2018, February of 18. Is that what you said, or did you say it sold in 20?
no, she has from now on 20.
Yeah, looking at the
August.
sales data, I see it as a sale for 175 on February 27th, 2018. It was one of the ones that
she
came
said
up before.
August.
And maybe it
Yeah,
sold
she said
again and we
August.
don't have that. Let me look at that. I'll look at the card for that. 25 Beacon View, right? Yeah, it doesn't show it on the
Yeah.
card that it sold.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because she kept saying it was August 2020. August 20th, 2020.
20 is the 18 to 20 Beacon View Drive, which was both sides. For 14.
I see.
That's what she has is the August 2020 sale. She has a nice chart with her subject, the 2 sold in 2018 and then in 8/20/20, both sides of Beacon Views, 18 and 20 sold together.
Okay.
So this is Kathleen Paulette. So this is a 2-bedroom rather than a 1-bedroom, but it's 100 and instead of 625, it's a little bit more square footage, 760.
780.
Yeah.
780, so it's 160 more square feet and, and 1 more bedroom than the one we just, approved at 170. So what do you think the
And the
value?
3-bedroom just sold for 220.
With the other one, we left at 170, the 1 bedroom, 1 bath, right? I think.
That's
Yeah, we gave-
625 square feet. Yep.
This one's a little bit bigger and it's got 1 extra bedroom. So
Right.
I would say I would put this one at, if I were going to list it, I would put it at 185.
Okay.
You're gonna do a partial anyway. This is Kathleen, right, Ronique? Were you thinking of doing a partial?
I was thinking about doing a partial. I just didn't know what value amount. The comparative market analysis kind of threw me off because it was low 160, high at 180, or high 205, and the median 75. So that's why I was going back and forth with it. I'm comfortable with that amount. All of them.
But do you want to make a motion to amend?
Yeah. So, and you said it was, and so Paulette, you said you're comfortable with, what was that dollar amount? 185?
185.
I would like to motion to amend my motion or amend the requested value to $185,000.
Catherine will second.
I'll call a vote. All those in favor of the making an amendment to $185,000 to requested value, please raise your hand. Paulette?
I vote in favor.
All right, the motion to amend is granted to change the requested amount to $185,000. Now we'll vote on that motion. All those in favor of granting the requested amount of $185,000, raise your hand. Paulette, how do you vote?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. It's unanimous. The motion is granted in part to $185,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, for that interruption.
No, this is,
Sorry about that.
I put mine together in a flow too. So I think I really appreciate having the flow and the same things and starting off. So I can make a segue from Ronique's to appeal number 87 for 4466 Black Rock Turnpike. Mr. Patrick McSween presented. He's the owner, and he came in with his appeal. And for anyone, so his property is on just north of the Merritt, so upper Black Rock Turnpike, and he's kind of opposite the Greenfield Hunt entrance.
Make a motion, please.
Yep, your motion. You're right. Keep me on that. The town has a value of $893,500, and the appellant would request a value of $800,000. And I'd like to make a motion to approve. May I have a second?
I believe that Kathleen has seconded your motion.
Thank you. So the property, he has made what we'll say are 4 arguments for his case. So the first one, so I told you where he's located. Now, surprisingly, he did not even bring up the 830G development that is already going through the process of approval at the entrance to the Merritt. But he did bring up there's just so much other development going on in his area, and he stuck with the contiguous properties. So in 2018, there was a spinoff of some land, almost 5 acres for $114,000 in 2018, which was purchased by a developer of 830G Housing and has a proposal now for 155 units going up. So that is on a contiguous property from him. He's on 4 acres. And he thinks that's going to devalue his property as in not make it saleable. And his evidence for that is that his neighbor on the other next door to him, 4454 Black Rock Turnpike. It's a 4,400 square foot house. It's on 8 acres. If you called it up on Realtor, it's pretty stunning. Pool, tennis court, a lake with a dock that's, a pond that's big enough to rowboat on. This is not a pond as in a drainage. This is, full force, big. And the home is a 44 square foot, 5-bedroom, 4-and-a-bath home that has been on the market for coming up on 2 years for $845. It's been in the 8 somewhere. The neighborhood gossip is that they have had offers which have been withdrawn when they are told about the development. So he also wanted to bring up that his property has several easements on it for UI power lines and aquarium pipelines. He wants to bring up that his is indeed it's 3,300 square feet, so it's spacious, but it's a one bedroom. And the town has it listed as one bedroom, and some of the square footage is over his garage. There's like this bonus room that's quite disjointed from his property. And he's like, I said, well, when was the last time you used it? He's like, I don't know the last time I went up to that room. It's just him and his wife, and they're perfectly content in their spacious one bedroom. So there's that. And then the last thing is he said it's difficult to find comps because not only is his house a little unique, he's got all this other stuff going on in the neighborhood that's really much higher density than somebody who wants to live like in that type of, more nature setting. And so the only other comp he could really find was 4610 Black Rock Turnpike was sold as a tear town. And that is a new 3,400 square foot colonial that sold probably in the mid-90s. But he said, you can't compare any of these properties because they're all kind of different. And then he did go through a quite lengthy analysis of, as he doesn't mind.
Excuse me, I don't see Paulette online with us,
Oh,
so I'm going to ask for a timeout. Also, while we're waiting, I'm going to ask Kathleen, do you remember this house from last year? And doesn't it look like they came in and we gave them a reduction?
This is Kathleen. We did, and they went down from what we gave them, it looks like. They went from assessed of 634 down to 625. So they're actually lower than what we gave them last year. Do they have an interior pool in this house? Is this the one with the pool?
Yeah, this house, when you walk in, you think that you're in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
The woodwork is marvelous. The entrance is quite dramatic. If you want to look at pictures while we're waiting, you should do that. But given the fact that he was granted last year, okay, well, this is a new evaluation period. Okay, he's eligible to come back. Yes, of course.
Yeah, this Kathleen, he is eligible to come back. I'm just trying to figure out, what did we have him at before appraised? If he's at 893 now, we probably brought him down into the nines, but he probably was higher than that before that.
Yes.
he has a lot of comparisons with, he just doesn't feel that he should be paying increasingly high taxes when the people around him are not. And his value is just as impaired, which I understand, like not going through. That's why he had all these other arguments. But he's like, but we're not even sure we can sell our house because look at the property next door that they are nowhere near the marketability. And that house can't sell.
Carol, this is a very difficult house to compare. I think we do have to wait. We don't have a quorum for voting.
This is Kathleen. So the listing on Caldwell Banker says 3 bedrooms, 5 baths. Am I messed up on that?
Which one?
Well,
I
let's
just was looking
find out.
online. Unless it's coming from someplace else. That's what and again, that's not the, am I looking at the wrong, 4466 Black Rock Turnpike?
Yes.
I think we
Yeah,
have
MLS,
Paulette
that
back.
was 3 bedrooms, 4 baths, 4.5 baths, 3-car garage.
Well, both. If you look on the field card, it says 1 bedroom.
I know. That's why if Paulette can, and when she's back, if she can check the MLS, it closed for 942.
I'm back.
Okay.
Hi,
It
Paulette,
sold
you
for
are next.
942 in 2015.
What am I checking?
4466
Keyboard.
Black Rock Turnpike. We have it as a 1 bedroom.
2466?
4466. 44.
Okay.
Gated property. And he paid 942, right? In 2015.
or 14. The card says 14.
14, okay. I think that's why we brought it, Harold, that's probably why we brought him down to we probably brought him down to his 15 sale price. And we were adjusting him last year. That's why we brought him down to that 2015.
That's a 3-bedroom, 4.5 bath,
Right.
contemporary. Ranch contemporary, it looks like to me. But it has urban elegance.
Well, an MLS will always count more bedrooms than, I mean, because nobody wants to put MLS on MLS as a 1-bedroom.
I'm
But
looking
he
at
and the town both seem to say it's a 1-bedroom.
Let me see. I'm looking at the
And
bedrooms.
this is Kathleen. It says 4955 square feet of living space.
It's huge.
And he says it's 30, and the field card says it's 3,300.
Well,
Maybe the basement.
to tell you the truth, it only shows 1 bedroom. Done as a bedroom. That doesn't mean there aren't other bedrooms. He's got the master suite on the first floor, then he has a bedroom on the upper level. So he's got at least 2 bedrooms that the MLS shows. But he's got a lot of rooms in there. He's got 10 rooms. So there may be another room. Oh wait, there's another bedroom. He's got 3 bedrooms showing here. 1 on the main, 1 on the upper, and 1 on the lower. But we usually don't count, but there may be a reason in this particular house. Okay. See what it says here. They also have
Those are just
Indoor pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would imagine that the bedrooms are not what one could, like, they're probably throughout the home. One is over the garage, so that makes a great restroom, but, you know, anyway.
I see. It's the pool. This is Kathleen. It's the indoor Glengate Pool Complex. Adds 1,792 square feet. Costs $650,000 to install the pool. So that's what at least that's what the MLS or the Caldwell Banker Realtor says. So that's where that extra square footage to the 4,955. They probably added the pool to the 3,200.
This is Harold, and Paulette, you may have missed the earlier conversation, but this house had come before us last year, and we did give them a reduction. This is a very unique home. If there's some place to look at the photos, you feel that you were in Southeast Asia when you walk through the house.
Yep, it's got that feel.
It's very unique. But given the acreage that the property has, given the fact that there is so much living space, I think that it is fairly valued, even though the homeowner doesn't feel that the increase in the valuation is correct for him. If there's no further comments, I'll call a vote.
So, I don't know if anybody saw the land, but his land is basically not usable. The house is beautiful and it's a wonderful setting, but he doesn't have use of that land. It slopes down. It's all plantings. There's no real grass area that they're showing. And the only MLS say it has sloping lot trees. There is an easement that restricts the use, but it doesn't say what the easement is. So I don't know if that's on his field card or not.
It's for electricity and the Aquarian water pipe.
Oh, that's not what it is.
And I don't know if you heard Paulette, but he presented the surrounding properties. There really are, it's not much of a neighborhood because it's Black Rock.
Oh, it's not.
And both surrounding properties, the next door one cannot sell, and offers have been withdrawn because of the 155 unit affordable housing that's proposed. So it's marketability is in question.
Well, I can believe that. I believe the market, especially, like I said, Black Rock is not a neighborhood. It's busy anyway. And it doesn't, like you said, that housing complex is going to be a huge problem. Huge problem.
And there are 2 there, but he specifically mentioned the one that will be contiguous.
Yeah.
Right. This is Kathleen. Yeah, he does have some adjustments on his land. He's got a 0.9 condition factor, and it says right-of-way, topo, and proposed development. So that's why he's got a 0.9 on his first 2 acres. And then his additional 2 acres are not only, but they're valued at $29,500. So, even
that's that's the standard for that. And I think I'm the first one on the Board of Appeals to want to adjust the land for true hardship factors. I don't see that this needs further adjustment for that. But I do support his marketability. Whether 800 is the right number, but I thought he was being quite reasonable in that the house next door to him has been on the market for a year and a half at 850 and would have more appeal and hasn't sold. So I'm
Out is not going to work for a family. So he's got a limited buyer pool for that property. As nice as it is, as beautiful as the house is, it's laid out, it's spread out and laid out. People with children, unless they have older children, are not going to go for that layout.
This is Kathleen. What was his comp, Catherine?
Well, the comp, he just tried to find anything in his contiguous environment. So he gave the 4480, which can't sell.
But that's on the market for something, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. 4480 is what's going to be the affordable housing, I think.
Yeah,
The
that's
4454 is the one that if that is on the market for 850 and not selling, his house would have to be valued at less than that. And then the only other kind of single family home with activity in the real estate market is 4334. And that was a tear down. And then it was a new 3,400 square foot colonial, which would have market appeal. And I believe that sold in the mid 9s. So those were his two comps as to why he'd have to be less than the 840 or 850 that can't sell. And it's a 4,400 square foot, 5-bedroom, 4.5 bath home with 7 acres, including a lake, pool, and tennis court.
I think we may have adjusted that one. There was one in there like that.
And then there is all that analysis of square footage and other people's assessments and percentages, but I'm going to stick with the market factors. But I want him to know he's being well represented with what his case that he presented. I guess that's where I'm going.
Yeah, I was looking for pictures of.
This doesn't sway you. I don't know that an analysis of everybody else's assessments would sway you. I think I'll say it that way. I'm trying to produce the arguments that are most compelling.
Yeah, it's Kathleen. I just wanted to see pictures of the comp. That's all. I was trying to find the listing, but it's a 1937 home, 4,300 square feet, right? That's the one, 4454.
Realtor.com. Realtor.com has it.
Okay.
But please ask me any questions or any concerns that you have.
It was 4454, 4334. What was that?
4454.
44. I didn't write that down. 44. We adjusted that one too, Ross. Do you remember? Carol, do you remember 4454 Hoyt Pond?
Yes.
They had a lot of issues with easements on that property as well. Yeah. I thought they sold it.
I believe, well, as Mr. Green said, there had been offers and contracts, but things didn't close.
And it's on the market for what? The 4454?
I think it's now at, I think I wrote that down. 845.
That's been on for a long time.
Oh,
Listed in
you.
2019.
Or 895, lowered it to
Yeah,
845.
and my guess, that's just a guess, because I hate to throw out, but the new list price might have been around the offer that they accepted. He's saying, how could he have that same value? So Kathleen, you're eating into my time here.
Any,
Go call for a vote.
I will call for a vote if everyone
Only
can
if
hear me,
everybody's ready to vote.
I'm ready.
as long as we're
I'm
ready.
now.
All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, raise your hand. I have two in favor. Paulette, how do you vote?
In favor.
All right, and opposed? The motion is carried. The vote is 3 in favor to grant this appeal. To oppose? Opposed are Kathleen and Harold. Okay. Is now 5:30. You wish to continue? Catherine?
I sneak one more in and then maybe we'll get back because that one took
Yes,
long.
certainly. You're doing well.
Okay. Thanks. We'll do one more. Appeal number 10. I should be calling all of these up so I don't have to go back to them. Okay, 10. Okay, 10, the property address is 535 Hoydens Hill Road. Mr. David Rock is the owner presented. He did go to the hearing. His current town value, the informal hearing, did receive a reduction. His current town value is at $1,100,077. And I'd like to make a motion to request his value of $1 million. Do I have a second?
This is Ronique. I'll second that motion.
Thanks, Ronnie. Again, Mr. Rock, because he was moving from within Fairfield, did a whole lot of analysis of what everybody's paying in their assessed properties. So he thought $1 million was a fair value. He purchased the property in June, the end of June 2020, and paid $1,039,000. So his assessment is still greater than his purchase price and far greater than other sales and neighbors. So that's his request. The subject property is a 3,200 square foot colonial built in 1998. 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths. His comps, and again, when you get into these neighborhoods, they're not, every property is unique. There are very few that are just, they're not developments. They're all kind of developed and they have a time and everybody adds on and does their own thing. So they're all kind of hard. So even if you were to look on Hoydens Hill, 600 Hoydens Hill sold just before the property, just before the reval for $1.5 million. But that's a much larger home, 5 bedrooms, built in the 50s, so a whole different feel. 120 Hoydens Hill sold for $1,115,000 in March of 2020. It's a newer home and it's bigger. His is 3,200, that's 4,400, and sold for much closer to his assessment. And he's like, well, he's a smaller home and he paid less. There's also, he had some other comps in there, but that would be probably the most compelling one is 120 Hoydens Hill. So if anybody has any questions or what else I can appeal to, I do want to clarify again that he paid $1,039.
Mm-hmm. This is Kathleen. Paulette, do you have any idea how long it was on the market?
I can tell you in a second. The address looks really familiar, so I'm saying there.
This is Harold. He mentions an appraisal, but I don't see it attached.
It's Kathleen. I think that's the town value.
Yeah, that's about the town appraisal. And I did ask because he purchased the home. I asked him if there was, a mortgage or a mortgage appraisal. And he was moving from within, and I think his family situations were changing. So I'm not quite sure where that went. But that's not to say that he didn't finance the property with other means or anything. I'll still go with the purchase price.
I have it. It was on the market for one. I'll go back to the history. Okay. It was on, when he purchased it, it had been on the market 121 days, and he paid the asking price of 1049. Prior to that, it had been on the market for as much as $1,299,000 back in 1999, and it never sold.
Back in 1999?
Been 109 days. This time with a reduced price of 1049, sold in 21 days. So it actually started on the market in March 2019. That's when it started at $1,299,000. So I would say that's what get a feel for what it's going to.
Yeah, okay. And this is Kathleen, he bought it in a reval period, he's asking for less than he paid for it in a rising market, and I just have a hard time supporting that.
He's asking for it. I thought he was, oh, I see. He's asking for $1 million. Oh, okay.
Because
Yeah,
there's
asking
no-
for-
So would anybody like to make another suggestion? I would.
Yes. Make a suggestion.
Paulette, what's your suggestion? Please make a motion if you.
I would make a motion to suggest we reduce him to the purchase price because it was during the revaluation period, and the house was on the market for sufficient time and did not
I
sell
will
at high.
second that motion.
We have a motion on the table. It's been seconded. All those in favor?
Could you please repeat that price, the selling price?
Yes, this is Harold. I will tell you the selling price is $1,039,000 even. Can I still discuss this before we vote?
You're the chair, this is Kathleen, you're the
I
chair.
think we probably have to vote on the motion and then.
And then we can discuss further? Okay.
Either one.
I'll be glad to do that. We'll see what happens. Okay. So there's a motion to amend on the table to a new number in part of $1,039,000. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Well, point of order, so one second, Harold. If your comment is to the amendment, if you want to comment on the amendment, now's the appropriate time to comment on the amendment. If
All right.
you're just commenting, I don't know what your comment is, but there's discussion after an amendment, so.
Okay, before we actually vote, then I would like to point out, and it's not clear to me if I'm looking at the property card for 535 Boyden's Hill. That's the property we're discussing. And I see that there's a purchase that was made prior to the subject purchasing this home on 8/15/20 for $1,200,000. And so the dates are not consecutive in that order. And the purchase price on 8/15 2000, my mistake. The purchase was made in 2000 and then is sold for less than the prior. I'm sorry. Okay, back to the voting. I need to get new glasses.
I did that a couple of nights ago, that I dropped the 2 and the 20, but I think we have the motion to
Motion
amend.
on the table, yes, to amend to $1,039,000. All those in favor of granting, raise your hand.
Did we vote for the amendment? Did we
No,
vote to
We're voting on the
To the
amendment now. We're voting on the
to
amendment
make the?
to reduce in part to $1,039,000. I have one, please raise your hand again. 1, 2, 3. And Paulette?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
The amendment is carried, 4, all opposed, I'm sorry, all opposed. 1 opposed, no abstentions. The motion is carried 4-0. And now we will vote on the original amendment to grant in part to $1,039,000 on appeal.
I just want to make a comment. This is Kathleen. Paula, you can confirm he paid asking price. Is that right?
I look again, but I think that's what I saw.
Yeah, okay. No, I think that's what you said. So,
Yep,
yeah,
yeah.
okay, I'm good.
Okay. Well, reduce in part to $1,039,000. All those in favor, raise your hand. Paulette, how do you vote?
In favor.
In favor. I have 4 in favor. All opposed? 1 opposed? No abstentions. The motion is carried to grant in part to $1,039,000 with a vote of 4 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions.
Well, thank you all. I will, anybody else who wants to get in, I know I used up my more than half hour, but we want to come back. I got some more ready.
This is Kathleen. I was going to say, Catherine, you have 3 left in Greenfield Hill. Did you want to do any
I don't
one of
want
the 3?
your time, but I'll keep going. I have 3 more I can do. Yep. You want me to keep going?
Yeah, I just want to get in before Judy gets in, but yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
Next one, appeal number 13. 580 Rolling Hills Drive. If you look at some paperwork, this is a property that closed. It went under contract 10/21/20. And the new family that bought it, they closed December of 20. They used the seller's name. They were a little confused in it. So you'll see the appellant's name is John Bezak, but the current owner, Julie Perrone, she's actually the one who came in and did the appeal, but she wasn't quite sure with the paperwork to use the owner's name. So that's the confusion on the names, but the current owner did present the appeal. And this closed in December of 2020. They paid 800, motion. The town has a value of $956,400. The appellant is asking for $880 even. And that is the motion I would like to make. May I have a second?
This is Harold, I'll second.
Okay, so it closed in December. Thank you, Harold. It closed in December of 2020. They paid $880 for it. There is a warranty deed for that in the packet. I asked the appellant if there was perhaps an appraisal, if they did mortgage, and she sent that in, so that is also in the files. And it's a 4,500 square foot with a nice size finished basement, 24 years old. So, does anybody have any other questions?
This is Kathleen. It's just not recorded, right? Am I looking at the wrong property? 580 Rolling Hills Drive, right?
Rolling
It's
Hills
just not on the
Drive.
field card that it's sold. So as long as the MLS confirms that it's, she said she purchased it in December of
no,
20.
The
Okay.
field card's in there.
In her backup, but on the town vision, I didn't see it, unless I'm looking at the wrong place. Okay. Even the online vision. I just see a
You
180.
know what?
price.
Because the field cards on online vision are static. And
Okay,
she
but
made this request, and then the assessor gave me a new copy.
Got it.
So
Okay, yeah. Okay.
until we confirm the changes. So if you look in the backup,
Yeah.
she did everything she was supposed to,
Yep, I got it.
and then she sent in the appraisal. And I mean, the comps were a house next door. I think, they kind of stretched some of the comps too, but it is what they paid for.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay,
And the appraisal came in at 900, but they paid 880. So they're asking for the purchase price.
I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to $880,000 as requested, please raise your hand. Paulette, how do you vote?
Yes, I'm voting yes.
It's unanimous. The appeal is granted 5-0-0.
And before you, I just want everybody to make a note for when I come back later that this is a 4,500 square foot colonial. 2,400's finished in the basement, 24 years old, and they paid high eights. I'll remind you later when we need that information, but I want to applaud the secretary for putting all these neighborhoods together and getting us to present, because it's a learning curve, so hopefully we'll be able to move faster along the learning curve with that information.
Oh, so this is
Thanks.
Kathleen. Does that relate to one of your other two that you have left, the Red Oak or the 11 o'clock?
It might, but I don't want to take up more and more time. I can always remind
Well,
people.
My brain is totally on that right now. Let's go.
Okay, you're good to me. You are good to me. Okay, let's sneak in. 242, oh, I'm sorry, appeal, yes, appeal 242. I'm gonna make the motion. I'm gonna do it better this time. Okay, 242, I'm getting up the backup. The address is 132 Red Oak Road, owned by Tom Collmore. The town has a value of $892, and Mr. Collmore, the owner, is requesting a value of $806 even. I'd like to make a motion to grant the request.
Is there a
This is
second?
Ronique.
Ronique has seconded.
So Mr. Collmore he did not sell the property, so this is a property that he has owned and actually lived in since it was built in probably around 1960. He presented some of his qualifications. He is a CFA and he has a certificate holder from NYU's Real Estate Institute. So he didn't go out and have a professional appraisal. He started to do a lot of different type of assessments and trying to figure out what the square footage is and the assessments and they're all. And what he concluded was, so there's three arguments that he makes beyond all those other square foot and comparative assessment analyses, is that his home has not had any updates. It's been maintained. He did do one addition like 20 years ago, but we're talking everything kind of original around 1960. And so he wouldn't use the term functional obsolescence, but he said for him to be at the town's value or higher, the focus was on some key features that a house has. He has no pool and he has only a 2-car garage. And he said just those features and the age of his property and the maintenance of his property just puts him in a lower real estate pool for fair market value. That was his basic analysis. When he tried to look for comps, he looked for anything that was built before 1990, and that was really what showed there wasn't that much. Like that, he thought his square footage and the value given to his dwelling was just so much higher because his is so much older. So he just thought his dwelling was entirely graded too high for that. And when he pulled up a list of sold that were pre-1990, they were between 730 and 860,000. So he worked some magic and he did some averages and he came out with like 820 average, where he said. So that was this first way of looking at things. His second way is he called in a realtor. And while she didn't do the whole full CMA, she said, look, any others that had sold on their street at their age all had much superior kitchens, had been renovated, had been done, and nothing has sold since 2018. Those two sales were 770 and 820. So again, his average, and he comes in at 800, 795, 800. And when he asked the realtor flat out, what do you think? She said, look, you'd be lucky to get in the high sevens because this is his childhood home. And so I don't know how old he was when he moved in there, but it's 60 years old. So those were all of his analyses as to why he just does not think that anybody would pay $900,000 for his house. His house is a 4,400 square foot colonial built in 1964. The one that we just heard, who paid high eights, 880, is also a 4,400 square foot colonial, but is only 24 years old and has a 2,000 square foot finished basement. So he again is just going with the market. That's my doorbell. Can you take her, because I can't get off mute? Can you just grab the dog? Thank you. So he
Yeah,
just feels that he should be in the low 8s. Questions or Roni?
This is Roni. Yeah, I was just comparing the two field cards between the two properties. And you're right. I mean, square footage is minimal, but the basement is a compelling argument. The acreage, the appellant right now is 2.06. The other one's 2.01. So he does have a little bit of a lot, but I mean, I can see what he's saying.
And just so, Roni, the neighborhoods are slightly different. They're on each side of the reservoir. So, but Rolling Hills that was all built by Toll Brothers. That is really a defined neighborhood. And he's a side street off Burr. They both go to Burr Elementary School. But yet, so it's a different feel. But if you want like a young family neighborhood, you would definitely take Rolling Hills. But they're both considered up there, So just so I'm not lying to you, and it's not mine. This is everything that Mr. Collmore laid out. I'm just repeating. Anybody else for comments or?
This is
Kathleen's
Colette.
trying to look for other sales.
This is Harold. Does he list 200 Red Oak as one of his comps?
You know what? I didn't write down the addresses. He lists 2 that were sold in 2018, and he sold both sale prices were $790. Each sale price was $795 and $810. Meaning his street is a low 800 neighborhood, not a 900 or upwards neighborhood.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I see that in the sales data. I see 25 Red Oak sold in 2018 for $770, 38 Red Oak sold, they're smaller, but it sold for $820 in March of 18. So I can see that he's in a high 7s, low 8s, depends upon the condition of his home, but sometimes when you have a big home and it's dated, it's worse because people have to come in and fix a lot. If it's dated, he didn't give us any photos, right, of the interior, so.
I will vouch that it's not like, let's say, he's kind of a typical Greenfield Hill guy. These are the Greenfield people who've lived there for 60, 70 years. Kind of like the guy on Merwin. They're like, well, if it's not broke, I'm not going to fix it. These properties are all maintained. They are not, flooded, but they don't really care if their tile is almond and their cabinets are cherry. They're just, do I need to paint the cabinets? They work just fine. So these are not properties that are in disrepair. They get a little overgrown with the gardens, but they're not. And so he's not going to come in and say, he's like, I like the kitchen. It's fine. It's a nice big family kitchen.
This is Harold. I'm just looking at the 200 Red Oak. The land size is approximately the same, a little bit bigger. It's a 431 home. It's a colonial. And the square footage is, 2883, almost 3,000 square feet. And it was built in 1963. Around the same period. Its depreciation percentage is a little bit better than the subject's home, and that's appraised at $771,100, well under his. So I think that maybe he is a bit overappraised.
And he did pull in a whole other appraisal on everybody else's assessments, but again, I try to pick more of the market data, so that's.
Yep, I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Okay.
All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of $880,000, please raise your hands.
806.
806.
Sorry? Am I on the wrong property?
880 was my last one for the purchase price at 580. This is appeal 242. He's requesting a value of 806.
Yes, I stand corrected. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of $806,000, please raise your hands. Paulette, how do you vote?
In favor.
In favor. The
Yes.
appeal is granted to the requested amount of $806,000. It's unanimous, 5 in favor. No opposed, no abstentions.
Ms. Griffin, do I dare try to get my last one in?
Yes, please do.
Sorry.
Please
Okay.
do.
I'll let you, you're very kind.
No, you do not
It's
want one
finished.
hanging out in the neighborhood. It feels so good to put it away. I know, get it done.
I'll get ready for the next one, don't worry. So appeal number 284. And Paulette, I'm very glad you're here. You have to stay.
Okay.
You have to stay. So I heard this, Joan. Okay, so appeal number 284, the address is 41 11 o'clock road. Owner Scott Philopstic came in and we had our chat. The town has a value of $1,759,500. I make a motion to grant the appellant's request to a fair market value of $1,157,671.
This is Ramesh. I'll second that motion.
Okay, and thank you. And if you do see a requested value, the appellant was a little confused on assessment, and so I've used the right number. He's looking for $1,157,000. He's currently assessed at $1,759,000. I actually have two motions because there's a field card correction that I'd like to make for the first. I'd like to motion again. I know Ronnie, you just, but the first one is the generator. He was given a generator code for a $15,000 generator. I've asked the assessor to correct that code. The appellant brought in his receipts to change the generator code, which he did. And so I would like to make an amended motion to correct the generator code and give the town a new value of, I'm glad you're here, Ross. What was that new value with his generator code corrected?
Let me look that up.
Sorry.
And while I'm speaking, Kathleen, you're getting feedback through your phone again.
I'd like to make that motion to correct the field card, and then we can make a second motion to discuss his market value. Ross?
Did I give you a number?
No, you just said you might correct it. So I would like to, okay, so I don't know how we're doing that with the numbers. I think the new value. So can we just make a motion to correct the field card for the generator?
It's better if you have an actual number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me do that.
This is Kathleen. That's how we've been doing it. We've been making
Okay.
that motion first, reducing the amount, and then handling the
I
second
hate to
as a
waste
separate
time. I'm so
motion.
sorry, guys. I would have made the emotion. So the emotion, the town value at $1,759,500. I'd like to make a motion to change the generator code and reduce the town value to
$1,749,500. That's a generator valued at $5,000.
and that's what I had in my notes, Ross, but I didn't know if that was official. So thank you. So that's the first motion. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, well, let's second it. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is Harold. Excuse me. Do we believe that the the numbers that appear on the appellate's appeal are actually the assessed values, not the appraised values?
I confirm that, and I said that in the beginning. I know he did think.
I'm sorry.
He still thinks his market value is the 1,157,000.
Thank you.
But I think we can vote on the generator code, and then we can make that
All
second.
right. All those in favor of granting the new town's value as it's been adjusted to 1,749,500, is that the number that we heard? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Paulette?
Yes.
Yes, it's granted unanimously 5-0-0. And now on the original motion,
And now in the original motion, and Ronique did second that one, so we're still now going for the appellant's value. I just say, so his is a unique home, and what happened, it's on the corner of North Street, North and 11 o'clock, and I'd like to make a disclaimer that I used to live on 11 o'clock, so that's why I'm a little more familiar with this property, but I am presenting his case, and then love anybody else to chime in, but I do want that all out and about. So there's a property on North Street that was a farm. It's a gentleman's farm, and they just really cut out enough to get this 2 acres. If you do move down, you will see his map. He is on the corner. You'll see the plot lines. It is in there. It's highlighted. He's highlighted in yellow. I'm not sure what the blue highlight is. I think that's totally wrong. But the yellow highlight is this gentleman's home. And the property just on North Street is what it was originally cut out for. And you can see, it's like not even a Rorschach design. It's just like kind of an interesting. And the pool does not belong to him. That belongs to the original home. So, and then this home, when you look at it, it's a tremendous amount of stonework. It's large. It's he paid over $2 million for it in, I think, 2010, if I have that right. So it's, it's 10, 11 years old, and he lists out a whole bunch of reasons, but it really comes down to there's no way he thinks he can sell because he cannot come up with the amenities that a 1.7 million home would want. He can't build the pool. I mean, just that you can't make it with all the setbacks. He can't build a tennis court. He can't do any of these things. He also lays out a bunch of other reasons, which you can see he incorporated this note, with the tough property lines. Then he does talk about some maintenance issues, that the neighborhood is not a 1.8 million neighborhood. And he talks about some of the other issues that are going on there. When he called comps, again, hard to comp this house because it is not a 1969 colonial that has been updated or anything. It's just a very unique home. So the 2 comps that he pulled are, yes, I did. So 451 Midlock, which is also a nice side street off Burr, pretty close to his. Much more traditional home. His is 5,600 square feet. Did I write that? I can't possibly. And theirs is like the same square footage. They both have 5 bedrooms. The other one, Midlock, has an additional bath. But it's a flat, 2 acres, in a cul-de-sac that was developed together. So they're both very neighborhoody feeling. Of course, the Midlock property has a pool, which he can't even have. That sold in September for $1,337,000. And again, kudos to the model, because the appraisal for the town is $1,339,000. So close to what it sold for. And he's just saying he's got to be less than that, because you wouldn't buy his house for that amount of money when you look at the 2 pictures. And then to get closer, he chose 211 O'Clock Road, which is a superb house, I might tell you, with an excellent land, a flat 2 acres. That has, it's 4,200 square feet, so significantly smaller. Does have an accessory dwelling unit on it or a pool house, but it's entirely flat, in the middle of the street, you know, better
Yeah, I
plot
don't
lines
know
and
who
all,
it is.
and that sold just before the reval for $1,250,000. So Paulette, not saying I wouldn't take a friendly amendment. I mean, his price is just, because he was going with assessed value, the fair market value that he's asking for is such an unusual number of digits. If anybody wants to make a friendly amendment, if they have any questions, I'm here. But, you know, I think he made the argument he could make. Now he's looking for some expertise and to address his, Paulette, you there? I hope you heard all that,
Yes.
Paulette.
Paulette is there, I think she's there twice, actually. You know,
Okay.
Harold,
just
I am looking
heard
at what he paid for the house.
I
And
just
thinking
talked for
about-
like 4 straight minutes.
I'm thinking, this is Harold, I'm thinking about what he paid for the house and what it would cost to build a house like that today. And I don't think that his requested amount, what's his requested amount? 1,000,000?
157,671.
Yeah, yeah.
A big,
Kathleen,
and
that's a big jump. Did we look at the Burwood Commons? Doesn't he have a 110 Burwood Common? That's what I feel like is a better
Okay.
look. But I
okay.
don't know, Paulette can look at the 110, but he didn't mention, you said the 451.
No, he did mention Burwood
Oh, that
Common,
could
but
be,
that's a
but she-
newer home.
Yeah,
It's
because she was having that
significantly
feedback
larger.
Mhm.
Okay.
Um,
This is Harold. Kathleen, could you tilt your screen a little bit? It's getting a strong reflection from the sun coming through your window.
He's just trying to fix it.
To the left, to the left,
Did.
to your left. That's
I
better.
know, but I put it,
Oh,
computer
perfect.
there.
Thank you. That's it right there.
yep, behind the computer. Okay.
I'm sorry, I
110
don't,
Burwood,
and I don't have the Burwood Common detailed information. I don't know what that sold for. And I mean, he does talk about a 105, 11 o'clock, but that sold even less. I know that's a,
Okay. Any further discussion or comments? I'll call a vote.
well, nobody
this
wants
is
to,
Kath-
Paulette, you know?
I'm looking.
Oh,
I think it's
okay.
a really big drop without better comps than those two. So I can't get myself to 1-1, but I can't get myself down $600,000 almost, you know, a very large percentage with that information. I just can't get there. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve something. I just can't get that much off that with those two
And can
comps.
anyone make an amendment to another amount? And I feel, I have difficulty coming up and I feel like, I mean, one of my homes was used as a comp, so I'm feeling a little too in there.
This is Paulette. I have to say that I see his lot as irregular. But it's good enough. I mean, it's enough room there. And if the house came down, I think even with today's standards, you'd be able to put another house there. I see what the problem is. I didn't see this before. Okay, so we have a drug
No, the
rehab.
setbacks, he cannot build a pool. He's
Can't put a pool in. That limits him. He's got wetlands, and he's got a drug rehab facility within a 1-mile radius of his house. That's always pleasant to live with. Let's see. Windows need replacing, rotted sills. Okay, so I would say that
And the Burwood wasn't a sale. It doesn't look like the
810 is
Burwood
too-
comp.
I think 810 is too low.
Oh, and that is the assessment. So he's looking for 1,157,000.
Okay, that makes sense to me. I could go with that.
But off of $1,700,000, Paulette.
Off of what?
Both of them, This is Kathleen. Both of those were assessed numbers,
Oh, I see.
so he's looking off of 1,759,000. He
Okay.
wants to go to 1,000,001.
Yeah, that's a huge drop.
I know.
When I look at the things so I'm looking at a list of solds. When I look at them and I look at where they are, they're in better locations than his only because of the issues he's got. The regular shape lot limits what he can do. The drug facility, that is a huge problem. More than you'd ever think. Nobody wants to live near it. They're fighting it all over Greenfield Hill. I can see why he'd have trouble selling the house, put that house on the market. Not selling it at all. Nobody wants that, and then I can see why. So maybe we should go to White Hill, Burr. Maybe we should, 1,000,007 is 1,000,007 and change. Maybe we should go to 1,000,001. Maybe we should, 1,000,007, maybe 1,004,050. Because I'm looking at Banks North at 1,440, Galpin Hill 1,447.
Do you want to make that? Do you want to make that motion, Paulette?
Sure. What did I say? 1,450. Yep. I'd like to make a motion that we grant in part and reduce the value to the appraised value rather to 1,450. 1,450,000.
This is Harold. I will call a vote. All those in favor?
And I'll second if it needs.
The motion?
Wait, we need a second. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, Catherine will second.
Catherine seconded it. All those in favor of granting the amendment to reduce to $1,450,000, please raise your hand. I have one.
Paulette?
Yep, I'm here. Yes.
I have two in favor. Opposed? Raise your hand. I have two opposed. Abstain? One abstention. The vote is two in favor, two opposed, one abstention. The vote fails. It's not passed. Now we vote on the original motion. All those in favor of granting the appeal to reduce to 1,157,700, I'm rounding, 1,157,700. Please raise your hand. Opposed? Raise your hand. I have three opposed. Did I get any votes in favor? Abstentions?
I'll abstain. Because I believe in reduction, and I'm not going to go and vote for the town's number. So I'm going to abstain.
I understand. Thank you, Paulette.
Yep.
The vote is 0-3-2, 0 in favor, 3 opposed, 2 opposed, excuse me. 0 in favor, 3 opposed, 2 abstentions. Thank you. I also, Paulette, I also felt that an adjustment could be made, just as a comment, but I thought that 145, I would have liked to see something more in the 1.6 area, even 1.65. I mean, you're looking at how many square feet, and with all that stonework and stone wall itself was probably $150,000, $200,000 value to build a stone wall like that. And I think that I just thought it was a little low.
You know what, Harold, I agree that does add a lot of value, so I can understand where you're coming from. The reason that I picked that number was because I looked at some of the comps, and because they have pools or have the ability for a pool. That's a huge problem for people, especially coming from the city. They want that now. That's a big deal. Plus, that drug rehab facility puts a tremendous damper on somebody buying that house, especially if they have kids. So even though looking at it, it should be worth more, it's got some issues there that can't be overcome, that you can't fix those. So that's why I chose that number.
I understand. And I don't know how long the drug rehab facility will be there, but certainly the house will be there longer.
Let's hope so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, good discussion.
Well, your thoughtful help. I appreciate all the help. I know that those were not the easiest of decisions.
Yeah, not easy decisions, but we're doing what we can. I think that clears your area for now.
Kindly,
And
but I'm still not. I'm listening to everybody else.
I know. Well, we do have other members joining us, I believe approximately 7 o'clock. So Kathleen, do you want to do some?
Sure,
Or-
unless Nick wants to do more. But I do that. I've been sitting here for a bit, so I'm ready, I think.
Okay, let's get you
Up to
moved.
you,
Yeah.
Kathleen.
Sure. So this is Kathleen. I'll start with an easy one if you guys are okay with that. Appeal number 229. Let me grab my paperwork.
Never say start with an easy one. Never say it's easy.
So this is appeal number 229. The property address is 484 Valley Road. The owner of the property is Arthur Hirsch. The town has the property valued at $674,900, and he wishes to stay at the same value of $674,900. So I will make a motion to grant the appellant's request to keep the town value, I guess, I don't know, at $674,900.
Catherine, seconds.
Okay, so Mr. Hirsch came in and I asked him several times. Originally, he had a requested value of $850,000, which was higher than what the town has. So he said no. I said, well, did you want to change that? And he changed it to the same value as the town. He said no, he was happy with what the town's value was, but he felt like he needed some relief for the wet because his property is wet. He said the town's been dumping water on his property, but that they fixed some of that, but he still has ravines and steep slopes. It's a 4-bedroom home. He says they're going to carry him out of there, so he has no intention on moving. He did provide, map photos of the wetland. So he was insistent that he wanted some relief, 30% relief on the land, but he's okay with the value. So anybody, I don't know that there's anything we can really do to grant that request for him. I think he does have some reduction for his wetlands anyway on his property. He's got a 0.95 for topo and access, so he does have something. He does not have the 30% wet that he's saying, but I have a hard time doing anything else with this one. So given that he doesn't want to.
Excuse me, this is Paulette. It looks like from his survey, the setback for the wetlands, his pool is in it and his patio and the patio around it. His utilities, part of his house. And he also has a sanitary sewer easement on part of the property.
Mm-hmm.
So if he had to rebuild his house, I don't know if he could. It'd be hard to squeeze it in there. And I don't know that they'd let him put his pool back. It all depends. Sometimes you can put it in the setback, sometimes you can't. It all depends on who's making the decisions, I think. So if I understood you, he has a 5% reduction because of the wetland issues. Is that what that 95% means?
He does, yep. But he doesn't want to. He didn't say he wanted his value reduced. So.
Well, if he's asking for 30%, done something with 30% with his land, then that's going to create a decrease.
That's the dilemma. That's what I tried to explain to him.
This guy's a builder. He should know this. I mean, he should know what he wants.
I know. I asked him several times. I mean, someone else can listen to the recording, but that was pretty much, he's pretty insistent. He did change the address to Oak Bluff Drive or Road or something, but he still has the Valley Road address. So, I think
that was my question. Are we talking Valley? The survey says Oak Bluff. What are we talking? The owner of record has an address of Oak Bluff. Is this the same property or?
Yes, he changed the name, but that's a private road, so we have it as 484 Valley Road.
Okay, yeah. I was so confused with that. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's all
This
the
is
same.
Harold.
Thank you.
This is the Arthur Hirsch, who is the builder?
Yeah.
An older gentleman,
Yes.
elderly. Okay.
I mean, I'm ready to vote just because I think our job here is to adjust the market value. And if he feels his market value is accurate, have a hard time
I
Well, did
agree.
changing that.
Did he say he's okay with the value that they have, but he wants them to look at the land to reduce it? I mean, I don't understand what he wants.
That was my question as well. I tried to get him to clarify that. He said, no, I just want some reduction. I want you to, I guess he wants to recognize that he has 30% of his property left. But I don't know how else we would do that. So increase the house and decrease the, the land. So that's why I feel like at this point, maybe that could happen in the next reval, fix them around,
Okay.
but
I don't, this is Harold, I don't see a property card attached to this. So perhaps we can suggest to the assessor's office that they take a look at the card and see if it's accurate. But I think we can vote on this as it stands, since there's no change in value that is requested. All those in favor of granting this appeal, and I might add, if we don't grant, then he has the right to come back. So, all those in favor of granting this appeal, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. The vote is 0-5-0. And perhaps Kathleen, you would like to make a request to the assessor's office to look at the land condition issues. Thank you.
okay, want me to do another one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Let's go until 7.
This is appeal number 201. The address is 102 Lou Manor Drive. The owner is Constance Guanabaracos, and she is part owner, 2/5 owner in the property. The town has a value of $717,900. She's requesting, and it was a typo on it was typed into the sheet incorrectly. So instead of the 543, she actually wants to go to 453,307. I corrected it in my master sheet. I don't know if Ross has it, but it should be 453,307 is what she's requesting. I'll make a motion to grant this appeal and reduce the appraised value to 453,307.
I'll second.
Oh, go ahead.
Anybody, second for discussion, just to,
Sure. Okay, so she owns this family. I believe one family member passed away, but other members of the family are living in the home. She lives in Bridgeport, or I shouldn't say Bridgeport. She does not live in the home. She lives elsewhere, Naugatuck and Milford. And basically, she came to her 453,307 number. There are pictures of the home and things in the backup that she provided. But she argued that her land is valued at $365,000, and she believes her land should be $182,307. And she came up with that number because there were 2 lots on Cornell Road, 470 Cornell Road, that sold for $300,000 for the 2 lots. AAA. They sold in 2020. So she thinks that her land relatively should be reduced to 182 because of those 2 lots that sold for 300. And then she took the house portion of her house next, said it needs a lot of work. The driveway needs to be redone. Riverbed stones are crumbling. She is on the brook there. Interior is very dated. So she took the price of repairing her stone wall of $70,000 and reduced the house value by that to come to a total of $453,307. She didn't provide me any sales comps, or any other sales data. She just came up, like I said, by finding a couple vacant lots, splitting it, and coming up with a land value of 180, and then taking her house value and subtracting the price of the wall and coming up with adding those 2 numbers together to come up with the 453,307. So I'm inclined to deny this just because it is a significant reduction of close to $300,000 on a 717 property. And it didn't provide me with any sales data. And as we know, sometimes the land curves and whatever else, that's not usually how we come up with values, market values for a home. So.
I have a question. This is Paulette. Didn't she said something here about lots at Stone Creek Estates that sold? Which they did, because I sold them.
Right, this is Kathleen. I think that's where she came up with her land value. Like I said, she took her field card, broke it into two pieces, tried to figure out what her land would be worth. And she said they were on Cornell Road, that's probably the same thing, 470 Cornell Road. Okay.
That's a different address.
They sold for $300,000, right? 2 lots or something.
The ones at Stone Creek Estates are actually on Hoyden's Hill. They're not, that Stone Creek Estates is just what we gave it a name to make it sound good, but it's really Hoyden's Hill.
No.
And those did sell for 200.
I thought she said Cornell Road, 470 Cornell Road.
She's got both of them. What she has on Cornell Road is 470 Cornell Road. And that's sold, She said that sold for 300,000. And I don't think that's right, but it could be. And that was recent. 45 Cornell.
Yeah, she said August.
I'm looking at it. 45 Cornell. Oh, that's Cornell. Wait a minute. 45 Cornell. Oh, 470. My mistake. 470 Cornell. Oh, I don't see it on there. It might have been. There was something on Cornell though that sold, and it sold really cheap because the land wasn't very good. And the land at Hoyt sold, the ones on Stone Creek Estates, those aren't very good lots either. So she wants hers reduced to what?
453, 307. Oh, I see the Stone Creek now. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, she came back to say that her sister lives there. She does not. It's not rented out.
Yeah, it's her sister. Her brother died, so it's her sister-in-law.
Right. And I'm not disagreeing that the house isn't dated and all of that. The way that she came to her value, I have a hard time with, and because she's off by 300,000, I'm not, $300,000 reduction. It's difficult for me to know what that.
I see what you're saying. I'm trying to see I'm trying to look and see how big the house is, because honestly, in that neighborhood, unless it's a spectacular house, and it doesn't sound like it is, 700 and something is too much for it, if it's really in the condition she says it is. And if those lots sold for, that lot really sold for 300 and then 200. I mean, I think she has a point, but $70,000 off for the interior condition, and that would make the value. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should. I'm going to consider a grant in part because $719,000 is just too much money. It just doesn't work. And that.
It's a 3,500.
Why is the field card picture just like there's no house in it?
Yeah, that's is it that overgrown?
It's a wrong picture.
So it's really hard to, because when I call up, I'm not sure I'm looking at 102. I just Googled it. I'm not sure I'm looking at the right property. But if it's at the end of the cul-de-sac, there is a river channel running right behind the house.
This is
correct.
This is
Yes,
how there are pictures towards the back of the file.
Yeah, she provided pictures of her home, the condition of her home in the backup. Yeah, it's very dated. And she did, like I said, I thought she included it, but maybe she just told me the cost of the repair to the stone wall because of the, where it's sited on the property. And that the river runs in the front and the stone wall is crumbling, and that it would cost $90,000 or $70,000 to repair the stone wall.
I've got to, I don't like maintenance. Oh, it's a pretty house. It's more of a ranch than a cape. Okay. But there's
Kathleen, yes, 30
depreciation and there's maintenance and there's functional obsolescence and marketability. I have difficulty with the maintenance items.
This is Harold. Is that house on a cul-de-sac or is the cul-de-sac behind the house? Ross, the photo that you had up.
I believe that house is on.
Yep, I'll bring it up. One sec.
It's
It's on a
cul-de-sac.
cul-de-sac.
Okay, thank you. And it does have that pool. This is Harold.
There's a pool? I don't see a pool on the property.
In the yellow, what is that square area behind the house?
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's the MLS has the wrong map. That's why I don't see a pool.
So which house is
Kathleen,
it? The one with the pool?
on the, I don't see it on the pool, a pool on the field card.
Yeah, it's here. Unless it's,
I thought it was the next house over.
Do I have the wrong one? Oh. Oh,
You
I
might.
think I have the wrong property.
You have 182 and not
What
102?
happened? No, that's 102,
Which
Oh, no.
one, please? That one with the pool.
right here.
at the end of the cul-de-sac, right?
Yeah, it looks like we might be missing the pool.
Maybe it's not there anymore.
Let me check my other aerial that's fresher.
Okay,
Okay.
so,
Do you need to pull a contract to take out a pool?
You do need to
Permit?
pull a permit. Yep.
Yeah.
you're supposed to.
Ronnie, this is Harold speaking. It's probably an older pool.
I know, but I was just thinking if it's not in the field card for them to pull a permit to remove it. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
we might be.
It should still be there, yes.
I don't think you have to do
Well,
that.
here's an aerial from. Let me switch to the right screen. Share. I want to share this one. So this was taken in April.
Oh, that's cool.
And the pool's got a lovely cover. That's a good cover.
Yeah.
Nice fenced-in area. The roof looks good. What do I know? But
But that's a lot of concrete. They don't have any backyard. They concreted the whole thing.
mhm.
Wow.
Low maintenance.
Well,
Not
runoff
really.
too.
Yeah.
And all that property? So the shed is theirs too?
0.8 acres.
Well, these lines could be a little off. You know, the GIS lines are not perfect.
They're
And
in the
looking at
border.
where the cul-de-sac is here,
Yep.
it looks like the lines need to be shifted down. I would say the shed belongs to this property above.
Right. And I could see that the fence line is looking right along there. So, okay, thanks,
Yeah, I
Rob.
would say her property
That
is
is
along the
very
fence.
helpful. And then they have a pool house.
Yeah, we have a cabin.
I saw that. I'm like,
Minimal,
wow, that's
but-
a cabin. Oh, that's a pool house.
It's a pool house.
Just no
Alright.
pool. Well,
This is Harold. Do we think that since it's such an odd number, do we think that the fair market value might be an assessed value instead of appraised?
This is Kathleen. No, she corrected it. When it got typed into the spreadsheet, it was typed in as 543, and she corrected it. She said, "No, I meant 453." And when I looked at it, that is what she wrote on the cover sheet, was 453. Yep, we went through that because it adds the two numbers. She thinks her land is worth 180, and then she took the value of her house and subtracted the 90,000 or 70,000 for the stone wall to come up with the, she thinks her land should be 182, and then she took the house and subtracted the 70,000. Those two numbers together come to the 453 number. So that's how she came up with it. But she had no sales data, no comps. She was just using that land sale to come up with her land value.
Is it fair to consider denying this factor with such a large drop and letting her come back next year with a corrected
Yeah.
petition?
I think so, and this is
If
Kathleen, and with
appropriate.
the pool on there, because the pool's going to change her value as well, right? I mean, the pool's not on the card, and the assessor can put the pool on. So, yeah, she'll come back, it'll probably be higher because she's going to have a pool.
Okay. Any further comment? I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. The vote is 050. The appeal is not granted. It is denied. I would like to make an announcement that at approximately 7:15, I would like to take a break, assuming that we do have a quorum. I believe that Judy is going to meet us. I will take a 15-minute break at 7:15. If someone would like to take a break earlier at 7 o'clock, assuming that Judy joins us, you're welcome to do so, but I would like to request a personal break at 7:15.
I second that motion for Harold.
Thank you. I knew I could count on you. Okay. I think, Kathleen, you're looking for another?
Yes, let me do this one. Knocked another one on the floor. Yes, so I'm going to do, let's see, appeal number 258. The property address is 704 Stratfield Road. The owners of the property are Scott and Christy Costello. The town, I'm sorry.
Appeal number 268.
258. Say 258.
Oh, 258, I'm sorry. 258.
Yeah, the town's value is $625,400, and they're requesting a reduction to $580,000. And I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion, grant this appeal and reduce the appraised value to $580,000.
Catherine will second for discussion.
Wait, do I have the right one? Am I looking at the numbers wrong? It's appeal number 257, right?
No, 258.
Oh, thank you.
It's a
I'll second that motion.
Okay. So the appellant came in and they spoke primarily about, decreases in assessments of their neighboring properties. That was a large part of the discussion. You can see from the letters that they sent, they talked about the decreases in assessments in other homes in the Stratfield area where the assessments have gone down, listed a lot of property addresses with reductions. In paragraph 2 of their letter, they did list a couple of homes that had sold in the area. One at 118 Southwood Road that sold on 8/4. Again, they were mostly talking about the fact that their assessments had decreased. But I did ask them to speak a little bit about the pricing on those homes and the values on what they sold for. So, and the 118 Southwood, he said, was a sort of a comp to him, and 238 Northwood. Those were two of them that were around. But that Stratfield Road is a busier road than the street that they're on. And I'm sorry, they requested value of 580, right? Because they had originally not come in with a number. So they gave me that number when he was there. So I looked at the comps a little bit. I think that they are fairly reasonable. They're similar in size. Two of them have garages. He has air conditioning. One of the other ones doesn't. What was I going to say? Yeah, I thought they were close. So the other thing I checked was whether, and he talked about being on a busier road and the traffic on Stratfield Road. So I think that, so I asked Ross to give us a number to bring in. I looked at the neighboring properties on Stratfield Road, and almost all of them have a 0.95 adjustment for traffic for being on a busy street, but this particular property did not. So let me just check my email because I think Ross just sent it to me. So he said if we put a 0.95 condition factor on the land, the new value would be 611,100.
And he wants it to be.
He wants
sorry,
to
what's
go to 580. Yeah, he wants to go to 580. But again, he didn't really talk about market values for sales. He just talked about how everything else increased and decreased. And I sort of pulled the sales out of the conversation saying, okay, well, look, can we at least look at these two? And one of those sales, I believe, is on the corner. One of the Northwood ones, the 238 Northwood. It's a 1953, 2,300 square foot colonial. It's a little smaller. Its driveway's on Northwood, but it is on the corner of Stratfield Road. And it didn't, that one sold for, where's my sale price? $659. So, and then the 118 Southwood sold for $640. So I'm not seeing a ton of, those are bigger lots. So I'm not seeing a ton of reasons to support his 580, other than I do feel like he should get the same 0.95 that everybody else has that's on Stratfield Road to get his. Again, he came up with his numbers, I think, by viewing how everybody else's decreases go. He does have a higher condition factor, I think 6 on it. His house is in nice shape, it appears to be, and he really didn't talk about that. So I think the value of his home is up for that reason, because of the value of that. But he didn't say it wasn't a nice house. He just was more curious about why everybody else went up when he went up when others went down.
Ronique, you have your hand up?
Yeah. After changing the condition factor, what was the new value?
611,100.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's a reduction from the what the town had before, which was 625.
400.
400.
So it took him down about 14,000. Like I said, doesn't take him to what he asked for, but
it does adjust the land to the neighborhood, that portion of Stratfield Road, and
right.
puts him in the same category as his neighbors. So that should be done in any case. Yes, Paulette, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you, Harold. This is just briefly going to mention this. This is exactly the thing that I complained about in an email just recently. We shouldn't be asking the assessor what number he wants to put on it. Personally,
no, excuse me, Paulette. I'll let you finish, but then I'm going to say something after that.
Finish, okay? Because I think you'll understand what I'm getting at when I say it. So, just because the other neighbors are at a 0.95, that's a $14,000 decrease. To sell a house on Stratfield Road, there's a much bigger difference between $14,000 between what somebody will pay on that street than what they'll pay on a side street. My personal and professional opinion is that the 0.5 is not enough of a reduction on any of those houses. So if he's saying his is too high, his value's too high, Stratfield is busy, he's absolutely right. And 0.5, I don't believe is enough. I think it should be more. The fact that the other neighbors are at 0.95 is the reverse argument of, well, my neighbors have it. Well, now his neighbors are too high, so he shouldn't be penalized for that. I think we should look at what looks fair for a Stratfield Road is like a highway. It's not just lightly traveled. It's like a highway. So I think we should look at that. That's all I'm saying.
All right. And Paulette, I would say that we're not, I think it was misphrased. We are asking the assessor to put this property in line with the neighbors. Now, your point of their neighbors being too high at 0.95 reduction on the land, well, there are instances where the neighbors in this and maybe other neighborhoods are too low. So maybe the assessor should look at raising those as well as lowering the ones that do conform with other homes in the area. So that argument can work both ways, but I hear what you're saying. I think that making an adjustment on the land to be comparable to the neighbors' properties is a good first step. That doesn't mean that it has to be the final step either. That's a good first step.
And this is Kathleen, and like I said, he did give me 238 Northwood, which is on the corner of Stratfield Road and Northwood Road. So they, while the driveway is on Northwood, it does have, it does border Stratfield Road. That property does have a 0.95 condition factor on it, and it's sold for $659. It's a smaller house. It doesn't have the curb appeal. I don't think it has the curb appeal that the subject property does. So at 611 compared to 659 for someone who's also on Stratfield Road, a smaller house, I don't think he needs to be a lot lower than that based on the, on the sales data either. So I think both of those things, I think it's appropriate for that reason, but I don't see anything supporting 580. Especially that one does.
This is Harold. In general, does the panel, do our members think that an adjustment should be made to lower it based upon the land value adjustment? In general, do we think that that is a good step, and should we make an amendment to that effect? Okay.
Yeah.
Kathleen, do you want to make an amendment?
Sure. So this is Kathleen. I'll make an amendment to grant this appeal in part and reduce the appraised value to $611,100.
This is Harold. All those in favor of granting this amendment to reduce the amount requested to
Excuse me, it's Kathy. We need a second.
$611,100? Please raise your hand.
We need a second, right?
Catherine will second.
I thought Catherine already seconded, but she did now. So I'm calling the vote. All those in favor? Please raise your hand. I have 4 in favor. Opposed? 1 opposed. The motion to reduce in part to amend the motion to reduce in part to $611,100 is granted. Vote is 4-1-0. Now going to the original motion. All those that was already motioned and seconded, all those in favor of granting this appeal to $611,100, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Any abstentions? The vote is carried 4-0-1. The appeal is granted to reduce in part to $611,100 with the vote of 4-0 with 1 abstention by Paulette. Thank you. Thank you, members.
This is Kathleen. Do you want me to do another?
Yes, I think you should squeeze in as many as you can before our board member mix changes.
Okay, so let's do appeal number 144. The property address is 11 Valley Circle. The owners of the property are Lisa and Jeffrey Newman. The town has the property valued at $603,400, and they're requesting a reduction to $580,000. So I will make a motion to grant this appeal and reduce the appraised value to $580,000.
This is Rodney. I'll second that motion.
Great, and I'm just gonna, give me a second, I'm just gonna call up the pictures here. So this property is just, maybe Ross wants to call it up on the GIS for us. It's just south of the Fairchild Taylor Golf Course. Valley Circle is a cul-de-sac off of Valley Road. A couple properties in from, I think it's the Park Avenue, I think, or Stratfield Road, one or the other. It's probably Park Avenue. But his primary complaint was the amount of garbage that he picks up every day when he's walking his children or his dog from the golf course. He said the trash, you know, whether the police department or whoever's in charge of cleaning up or the management of the golf course doesn't maintain, you know, pick up the garbage. So yeah, he's got a larger ranch, and it's a street of about 10 homes. He happens to be there on the corner. But he's saying, you know, that I don't know if the kids go into the golf course at night and leave all their garbage and things, but if you look in the backup, you'll see all the pictures. So that was his primary concern. He did talk about having views of the Jewish Center, but mostly it was the trash. And he thought perhaps maybe a no dumping sign would work, and he's never seen it that bad in other parts of town before. They've been in the house since 1992, and just doesn't feel like that area gets enough attention. He also says sometimes his house gets hit by golf balls coming from the golf course. So I did check a few of them. You know, he didn't give me any sales comparisons or anything like that. It was mostly about the trash and the view of the Jewish home. I asked Ross about this. I don't know. There's some weird notes on a couple of the other properties around him, sort of like remove OVD from the reval with some weird location adjustments of 0.10003. So he has that note on his card as well, but it doesn't seem to affect him nor any of his neighbors. None of them have adjustments for the Jewish Center or the trash or being across from the course. You know, his pictures were taken when out, so obviously you're seeing more of the trash when, you know, not everything is in bloom. But, you know, and then I did look at a couple other properties on the street. There was one sale on the street for $589 in April of 2020. A little bit smaller piece of land. I think he's got more bathrooms than that property did. So I didn't feel that, you know, when he didn't give a sales case, it was mostly about the trash. And two, I don't feel with that sale on the street that his value is that, you know, that the town is that off with him at $603,400.
This is Harold. I would like some clarification what remove OVD from reval means. If I can ask the assessor for clarification on that.
Yep, the property had an override on it. So he possibly had an appeal, or let's see if I can figure that out. Hold on.
On that street had it. I called up Moore Valley Circle, so the property directly across from him, also abutting the golf course. It was removed from that property. And the one that sold the other sale on the street had that in its notes as well. So I feel like perhaps our cul-de-sac had some kind of one of them has a leftover location adjustment of 1.0003, as if maybe there had been a location adjustment on the street. And maybe just because they are large lots in there, but it didn't seem to affect the value, and he's not the only one with that note. They all have it. So I don't think it was specific to him. So.
Yeah, I'm looking back in history here to see.
Yeah. You know, it's not a large reduction that he's requesting, you know, less than 4%. And without the sales data and given the others, you know, and I went and found the comp on the street. So I think he's in a good place. And I mean, maybe a no dumping sign is a better option, or, you know, we do contact police and find out why, you know, is it the golf course's responsibility to clean up that right of way, or the town, that there's all that trash, you know, that he continues to see on the street.
Would anyone like to join me in volunteering to go down there one day and pick up all those bottles?
And I don't know if it's Sacred Heart students, this is Kathleen, or high school. I don't know why it's like that, but.
All right, we're waiting for Ross to find something.
Yeah, this is Ross. I think there was a few properties in here that had the wrong neighborhood code on them. So I corrected the neighborhood code in preparation for the revaluation. This isn't a change in neighborhood lines. It was simply that they were miscoded at some time in the past.
So then, excuse me, this is Paulette. So how was it changed? What were they coded in and what were they changed to?
They were in neighborhood 85, Fairfield Woods prior.
85. That's what this is in?
And now they're in 87,
Which is,
Kathleen,
which
that's
is
upper,
North
upper
Stratfield.
Strat.
okay, just clarifying.
Okay. Any further discussion or comments? I'd like to call the vote then. All those in favor of granting this appeal, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. The motion is not carried. It is denied. The vote is 0-5-0.
You should have, and I would like to abstain. You didn't ask.
I did not see you early enough. I did not know how much of the discussion you heard.
I didn't hear enough of it to vote on it, so I'm going to abstain.
Well, I can count an abstention, and this will also mark Judy Sablack's joining our quorum. We have now 6 members. So the vote is 0-5-1. The appeal is denied with a vote of 0-4-5 against and 1 abstention. The motion is not carried. So folks, now that Judy has joined us and we have 6 members, if someone would like to take a break before I go on. Yes, Paulette, would you?
Yeah, excuse me, I just need to make a phone call, so I'll come right back. You won't have to wait long.
Okay,
Okay.
we can continue, but
Thank
if
you.
someone wants to take a longer break, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to take a break at 7:15 for about 15 minutes.
Ronique, Kathleen, do you guys want to take a dinner break, or I'll put in when
I'm good.
you're done? Okay, well, I'll take a break when Harold gets back for one appeal, and then I'll pop back on, if that's okay. Kathleen, do you want to take one then?
Yeah, at some point, but I'll do one more if you guys can listen to me. I'll get most of these done. I've got 2 left, and I want to get back to Ronique, and maybe Judy will do some too. So get off my thing.
No, just take, when you want to take a break, let me know.
No, I will. When
Kathleen, I think you have 2 left in Stratfield.
Yeah, I'm going to do, I have 1 in Stratfield, I think, and 1 in North Stratfield, but I'm going to do appeal number 224, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the property address is 10 Jackman Avenue. The owners of the property are Sean and Natalie Warther. The town has the property valued at $821,300, and they're requesting a reduction to $720,000.
Did you motion?
Oh, no, thank you. I will make a motion to grant this appeal and reduce the to $720,000.
This is Ronique. I'll second that motion.
Thank you for keeping us moving. Okay. Okay, so this appellant does, I believe this was a phone interview. They did provide an appraisal property. In short, what they're saying is they did purchase the house for $710,000 in 2017. It is a new construction home but it's on a corner lot. I believe it's on the corner of, what is it, Stratfield Road, Jackman Avenue, or Park Avenue. You guys have to correct me. I should call the map up. And anyway, it's on the corner
It says
of
Park Avenue in the right up.
on the corner of Park. It is a new construction home, and they did have an appraisal done on it. And she just said it took a long time to sell. was on the market for a year. It's sort of a builder's, it's sort of a spec house, but the location is a huge detriment because it's very busy street. It is a really large home. It's 3,200 square feet, and it was built in 17, but they did pay the $710 in 2017. So the appraisal, I wasn't crazy about the appraisal because they listed 386 Wyndham Road and 232 Harvester Road, and those are not that close if you look at the map. Most of the comps are sort of in other places. The 865 Churchill Road was actually a typo. That was supposed to be, I did find the comp. Was it 689 or something? And my eyesight's going in the light here. And then, you know, and there was a, so that Churchill one, let me see where that number is. 9. And then there were a couple other sales on Churchill Road that I thought, you know, were newer constructions, and I thought that I'm surprised that they didn't include those in the comp. However, at the end of the day, I'm not so sure that the number that they came up with is that off for the property, even though I wasn't crazy about the comp. You know, I just didn't think Random Road and Harvester Road were close to that neighborhood. They're sort of up in North Stratfield. They're not on not on that, a busy street. And so most of them are older. And the Churchill one was the one I sort of paid attention to because it was not adjusted for traffic. All the other ones had traffic adjustments, so I thought maybe that's a busy street. And again, that was, oh, and I know it's 985 Churchill. They've put 685 in here, and that sold for 715. So when I looked at that, like I said, there were 2 other sales on Churchill Road, and one sold for $799 in October of 16. And that is on a 0.4 acres, and that's a 3,200 square foot house. So I felt in terms of, you know, size of the home and everything, that was a good one on a busy road at $799.9. But it is a larger lot, and I don't know that Churchill is as busy as being on the corner of Park. So I struggled with this one, trying to figure it out. But at the end of the day, I think I know where it is. And they paid the $710. They're probably not that far off with their $720 number, but I'm happy to, you know, again, 9 is a bigger new construction, newer home. That comp in Churchill, and again, Churchill's really not over on that section of Jackman either, on that section of Park Avenue. Still, you know, the distance of the comps, I was looking at how far a lot of them were away from the subject property.
So this is Harold. Any further comments or thoughts? Paulette, are you back with us?
I'm back, but I didn't hear it, so I'll have to abstain, but I'm here, I'm
Okay.
back.
Thank you. So I will call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, raise your hand. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. Abstaining. I believe I have 1 abstention. Is that correct, Paulette?
Yes.
Okay, 1 abstention. The motion is carried with a vote of 5-0-1. Kathy, I think I've been remiss in asking you to call the vote, but I will try to remember now.
Okay, so for Appeal 224, to reduce the appraised value to $720,000, the vote passed with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstaining. Paulette abstained.
Thank you. Kathleen, any interest in doing that last one on Wilson Street?
If you guys are willing to help me with this, I'm not as prepared for this one, but it has an appraisal, so that should help guide you. So yes, I'd love to get Stratfield done. So let me grab that one.
That's what I was thinking.
It's over here. Okay, so we'll do this last one and finish up. This is actually a North Stratfield property. Appeal number is 567. The property address is 20 Wilson Street. The owner of the property is Marion and Ray Villaflor. The town has the property value $677,500, and they're requesting a reduction to $535,000.
Which,
And I will
which
make a
property was this? What's the file?
567.
567.
And did you motion that, Kat?
I think I did, but I'll do it again. I'll make a motion to grant this appeal and reduce the value to $535,000.
This is Ronique. I'll second that.
Okay, so this property has an appraisal as well. The gentleman said you seem to like appraisal, so I'm bringing you an appraisal. The property, again, on Busy Street, but he is one off the corner. He says he's one house away from Park Avenue, but he is not the corner lot, unlike the last one we had on the Bridgeport-Fairfield line. He said Wilson is a very busy street. The ambulances for St. B's go by often speeding. He said that his home is not a custom home. He doesn't have any crown molding. It's sort of a plain vanilla home. And he has an appraisal for $535,000 by Greg Lamone. He has 3 comps in the appraisal. I think I was looking about the cars in there. And the house was expanded in 2011. It was previously expanded from a cape to a colonial. And just, again, I looked at the comps and he has 3 comps in here, 68 Churchill Road, which wasn't one of the ones we just talked about before. It's 0.67 miles away. And then he picked 2 properties on Woodbine Lane. And looking at the pictures of the properties on Woodbine, they just look older. And I don't know if you look at the subject home, I mean, it looks like it's pretty much all redone. Let me call that up here. I don't know what to do with my. From the outside, I guess it is a 1-car garage, but they've expanded it, put it up high. And his primary complaint was about the traffic. And so I wasn't sure whether people would consider Woodbine Lane good comps for Wilson Street and the photographs of those comps. He's got a nice deck in the back. He does have a large piece of property, and he's off the corner. He's not on the corner of Stratfield Road. It looks like his house is fairly updated on the inside.
This is Harold. The house was previously appraised at $650,500. Previous appraisal, that jumped up to $677,500, approximately $27,000. But he's asking for a reduction of more than, $140,000.
Where were those appraisals, Harold? I don't see them.
I think that's the town appraisal, Paulette.
The town's value. And the prior appraised value based upon the previous assessed value was $650,500.
Yeah, so he went up a little. He didn't go up a lot. He went up by 20,000, assessed, right? So he went up by about $30,000 from his previous value.
But the appraisals come in at this. Is he asking for the appraisal amount of $720,000? The $535,000, is that what the appraisal?
Asking for $535,000, right? And like I said, I just looking at the street, looking at 68 Churchill, looking at 39 Woodbine. I didn't look at the pictures online. I mean, some of them do have 2-car garages. They just don't, they don't have the new construction look that his home has, square footage wise. And there's a few other things. So I don't know. We're looking for people's opinions.
Wilson,
whether
He's one house away from a traffic light on Park Avenue. So Wilson's going to get more traffic. So I would not be upset with him having a traffic condition put on. I've often stopped in front of that house. One, two, I'm having a little difficulty with, we just appraised or we gave a fair market value to Jackman for 720. And that's a 2017 new build of 3,300 square feet. So he should be less than that. But he's at 2,600 and that's a significant. He should definitely be lower than the 720 that we just did. But 535 is really low.
But should he be at 535?
Judy's waving her hand.
On the corner. He is one in from the corner, right? There's another property between him and Park Avenue. That other one was on the corner of Park Avenue.
Well, and the property, he's facing the back of that property. That property that's next door to him is on Park Avenue and has a traffic light. So, I mean, it's a busy street and he's going to get more traffic. That's going to be more of a cut through than some of the other streets being one off.
Right.
But he doesn't have a Park Avenue. But
Yeah,
Judy was
the
waving.
The appraisal gave $60,000 off for the location. So he adjusted the Woodbine property significantly for the traffic, right, because of the location. He did not adjust the Churchill Road property for traffic, because I guess he was assuming that that was similar, but these other two, the appraiser did give significant traffic. I just didn't, I don't know that neighborhood that well, but Woodbine is like a cul-de-sac, and just some of the homes in there tend to be older, older, whatever they are, 50s or 60s colonials. And then the other one that he picked, the one, where's the third one? On Churchill Road. I mean, I guess he picked that for the traffic. I just had a hard time.
There's not a lot of comps, but Judy's still waving there. So.
There's a few things I want to add to this mix, okay? Number one, he's got a 5-bedroom home and he's got a 1-car garage. And the 1-car garage with that many bedrooms is a detriment. That really is a detriment. Everybody's expecting 2 cars. The other thing, which you guys are looking at as a bonus, but is not necessarily so, when you think about the Stratfield area, what are you all thinking about? You're thinking about these vintage homes, these older homes. And this is not one of them. So if you like the Stratfield area, you want that charm in the Stratfield area, which this house doesn't have, and it doesn't have that extra garage. Now, that being said, it is my opinion that 535 is too low, but the current appraised value is too high. All right, so we've got to make some kind of adjustment, however you want to make it, because he's a term that appraisers use that I think is really important that we should consider is something called functional obsolescence. Has anybody ever heard of that?
Yeah.
You may have seen that in the appraisals. That means that, you've got this, it is for all intents and purposes functional, but it's obsolete in stature or in nature, right? So the 5-bedroom with a 1-car garage is a functionally, I consider that functionally obsolete. And I think that Paulette would probably agree with me on that. Also, because it doesn't have that Stratfield charm, that's another issue. And then it's also on Wilson Avenue, which is another issue. 535 is too low. But again, the town appraised value is too high. I think it was too high to begin with when, before the reval was probably too high. But so that's up to whoever to, whatever you're going to do. That's my opinions. I just want to put it out there.
And keep in mind, this is Paul, keep in mind, to do with the age of the houses, this house may look newer because it was updated, but technically it's not. It's 60-something years old, I think, or 69 years old. The others are 42, 39, and then 97 years old. So it's not new construction. So we keep, that would certainly make it more valuable if it was, but it's not.
this is Kathleen, I think it's a cape, right? And he converted it into a colonial. So he probably took the top off and put it up.
Yep.
So he pulled all the permits. And that's probably why it was a one car and he, expanded the space. Or somebody did. I don't know if he did. I don't remember what he said.
Probably
This is-
didn't have a
This
whole
is-
lot of footprint to
This-
work.
In November of 2010, he did add 1.5 stories
Right.
and a second-story addition for $200,000. So it was his choice to take away perhaps the garage to do the addition.
He
I-
probably didn't take away the garage, probably
I-
kept the garage.
I don't know if it was taken away, but I'd like to see an aerial to see how much of
Yeah.
a driveway this house has.
Not a huge amount, it's original, and his whole backyard backs up to the Park Avenue house. And I guess he built it himself. He did that addition from the Cape to the Colonial.
Mhm.
So
Thank you.
may I ask Judy to give directionally what number you would list this for or hope that it would sell for?
Oh. You know what? Now there's an interesting question because there was a couple of times I wouldn't tell you what I would list this house for. I'd have to go inside of it. I could see pictures, but that's not appropriate. That's really not. It's not an appropriate question, and I don't feel that it's right for me to answer that. And especially when there were times when I had files before the board and I said, this price is too high, the other one is too low, a suggestion. And I got semi-lambasted for even suggesting another number. So, I'm going to zip it on that. But I thank you for your question.
This is Harold. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to take a break now. I'm going to pass to our secretary, Kathleen, the voting and continuation of the discussion on this particular appeal, and I will join you again shortly. Thank you.
Unless Ronique would like to, do you want a chance to chair, Ronique? Up to you.
No.
No?
I'm gonna butcher the
I've tried to
language
make
of it all.
Catherine before. And she said,
Thank
all
you,
right,
though.
I mean, absent a recommended value from somebody, I'm hesitant to approve this appeal because I just think it's too late. I was not happy with those comps. I don't think it's good.
This is Paulette. Hi, this is Paulette. I was just looking at the sales on Wilson Street for the last 10 years. I went back 10 years. The biggest one sold this year in March at 2,920 square feet. It was only a 4-bedroom, but it did have 3.5 baths. It looks brand new inside. Let me see. It was built a long time ago, but then updated. So it looks nice inside. And that sold for $421. Now, I'm not saying his is worth $421. I'm just saying that when we look at Wilson Street as a whole for the last 10 years, the most expensive price on those, highest price on Wilson Street has been $499,900. No matter what the size of the house, and that one that I was just quoting, the 2,900 square foot one, was much further in on Wilson, way.
Wait a minute. No, Paulette, I see one at 540 in April 19.
Where's April 19th?
It's a 5-bedroom, 2.5 bath. It's 568 Wilson.
Yeah, 568 Wilson. Oh, let me see.
And then there's 556 Wilson that closed at 505. There's the one. Okay. So let's look at the 5-bedroom. It's a little smaller.
40, yeah. 2,300 square, 5-bedroom, 2.5 bath.
With a 1-car garage. Now, I see that is a very interesting comp. And that closed at 540 on April 1 of 2019.
So there you go. And now look at that house. The house is great looking.
This one is a little bit bigger, and that house is going to have a little bit more charm, though. It was built in 1939, but it's not as large as the subject. So, got
Let's
a
see.
little adjustment there.
It's not that bad though. I mean, it's 20, subject's 2574, this one's 2347. So we're not talking too much.
Right. So that is a very good comp, which I don't know why they didn't use, actually.
Fine. You know why? Because it sold this, oh, so no, they should have used it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it's a little, this is Kathleen, it's a little older. Okay,
And he wanted how much? 535. Well, 677 is way out of the ballpark. I even think 600 is out of the ballpark. So it's got to be something in the fives, maybe 550.
I mean, considering it sold for 540, it's not that much of a difference in size. Same bedrooms, one car garage, nice condition.
Right. 550-ish, 550 to 570, somewhere around there.
I'd be all right
this
with
is
that.
Kathleen, that up April of 19 for 540. Does someone want to make a do you want me to make a motion? 575, 570?
550.
Does he have a condition, well,
If
does he
it's
have a
gonna be 550, I mean, they are asking for 535 with an appraisal report.
I know,
So
but off that,
again, if I
I just,
feel
like
like
I said,
if the sense of the body is like mid fives, I'll probably just stick with the appraisal report.
does he have an adjustment for traffic? I'm just going to check that. Don't remember. He does. I'm going
Look,
to
how
call
much-
for a vote. I really have Chairman's not. Should I call for a
I'm sorry,
vote?
how much adjustment does he have for traffic?
Yeah, 0.95. I think that's what most people on Wilson have. I noticed at least in the sales, they all have like 0.95 for traffic.
Yep.
At the Wilson Street. I'm seeing, let me see if anybody has a point. No, one does have a 0.9. 360 Wilson has a 0.9 for traffic. 263 Wilson has a 0.9 for traffic. 263. This is 20 Wilson. So some have 0.9, some have 0.95.
Let me just check one thing. I have an idea. Just a moment.
And I realized, Kathleen, whenever you want to go on break, I could be chair for that time. I can do it.
For the one appeal, for the one appeal.
Here's
Why?
We need to finish this one because I'm taking too much time.
Catherine?
So
Catherine. Did
Yes.
you mention that you drive by this house a lot, or you see it
Yeah.
a lot? Are you the
I mean,
one?
Yeah.
Here's what I'm thinking, and maybe this one you should get a higher traffic discount, and because it's at number 20 Wilson, it's one house away from the traffic light on Park Avenue. So when that gets backed up, it doesn't take too much for them to not even be able to get out of their driveway and go out of Park Avenue.
And the
So-
house that's closer to them is the side of the house, and that's a long, narrow. I bet they're not, if street frontage is 50 feet, they're 20 feet from the traffic light. And that's
Yeah, that's a heavy impact. That's a really heavy impact.
if we still increase so what I would recommend now, like if we're going to do the details, I would just say to Ross, this is the number we want to get to, and we think it should include an adjustment factor to the traffic of a 0.9. Because that other adjustment factor, the extra 5 points, will get them down 15,500. It's not going to get them whatever they're requesting, the hundreds.
that low. No.
So, and
So,
that's what I
I mean,
mean about it not being Ross's number, but to keep that adjustment factor consistent. So Judy, great, I think you're right. I'm with you on that. But it's not going to get us to that number.
So
So,
what if we said 575, but then he gets a $15,000 adjustment for traffic, that takes him down to 560.
so then I would say 560 is the number that the board wants him at. And to
Yeah.
please also adjust the, so, he'll get that in there. But I think that it's on the board to say the number that the assessor needs to get to.
That's been my point all along. I agree.
And
Yeah,
Paula,
so
that's actually what we do. It's just I won't go into it, but that's always my intention, to tell them this is the number we want. And we want to
Figure out
adjust
how to do it, Ross.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. So this is Kathleen. So I'll make a motion to amend the main motion to grant in part this appeal to $560,000. And do I have a second?
I'll second that. It's Judy.
Any further discussion? No. Okay, so I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor? Raise your hand. All those opposed? Raise your hand. Catherine opposed. The amendment passes, what do we have? 4-1-0. And now we're back to the main motion, which is to grant the appeal in part for a value of $560,000. Any further discussion on that? Anybody, are all in favor of the 560 number? Sorry, I forgot to say raise your hand. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Nobody. Who's got the door in the upper? Does anyone see that? What is that?
Is that a
picture of?
Harold? Is that Harold?
Yes.
Oh, maybe it's Harold Drake. Got it. Okay. I was like, there's
It
somebody
is
else.
Harold. Yeah, that's Harold.
He doesn't turn his camera off or his mic.
If you wave your cursor over his little, over that photo, his name will pop up. Okay?
Yep, I see
That's
it.
how I know it's him.
Okay. We have a ghost. I'm trying to count. Okay. So I believe the amended motion passed 5-0-0. Kathy, do you want to call the vote?
Okay, so for appeal 567 to reduce the appraised value to $535,000, the motion was granted in part to reduce it to $560,000 in a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. That's it.
Great. Yep. Okay, so that finishes North Stratfield and Stratfield, I think, unless I missed something. So I'm done for the night. Ronique, you want to do some more now? Are you ready? Or Judy, do you want to do a
I'm
couple?
ready.
We've got left. So Ronique, are you ready?
I'm ready, and I have them all prepared. They should be pretty quick, but we'll see. So I would like to present appeal number 300 even, and that's for 123 Moody Ave. The requested value is $326,600, and we currently have it appraised at $405,300. I am requesting we approve the requested value of $326,600.
We have a second?
Catherine will second.
Thank you. So this one was kind of interesting because he was mostly claiming about the quality of his home, how it's inferior to the other houses in the area, but the comparables that he did give were close to the requested value, which I thought was really interesting because there are more superior, but he's requesting amount close to that anyways. Oh, darn. The two comparables that he gave me was 121 Soundview, and that closed on September 28th, 2020 for $328,000. It's a quarter mile from the subject. So it's an unfinished basement, and it even has like old Art Deco tiles. And so he does think that's probably the most comparable, and that sold for $328,000. The one that was more superior that he was 385 Villa, and that was sold on October 22, 2020. So really, they're both really close to this 10-1 date. And that sold for $329,000. It's a better condition. It's the closest property, but the lot size is double. The appellants is at 0.11. Theirs is at 0.25. So I really didn't think they were too far-fetched asking for $326,600. Couple of things about this home at 123. Did I motion, by the way? I did. Sorry.
Who seconded?
Yep.
Who
No,
seconded?
Catherine.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Catherine.
Thank you. So a couple of things. They have plaster walls, so there's little insulation. He needs new windows. He's 25 years old. It needs new garage doors. It needs a new roof in a few years. They have knob and tube electricity, original plumbing. The fence needs some replacement. It needs painting because there's like wallpaper all over, and the last owner had wallpaper, like was an expert in wallpaper. Almost, I see your hand. Hold on, Judy.
I know. When you're done, I want you just recognize me because there's something I want to say.
Okay, got it. Thanks. And there's lead paint that was painted over. The basement needs waterproofing. There's a dirt crawl space that needs to be insulated, and the attic needs for insulation. It just needs to be blown in. And there is no central air. Judy?
There's one big thing that nobody's even mentioning here. This is a 2-bedroom house. There's no question here. It's a 2-bedroom house. Even the comparables he gave were 3 bedrooms. I have no question or concern about this at all for this gentleman. None. I'm ready to go for his requested amount of $326,600.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was interesting. Yeah, this is Veronique. That's why I thought it was interesting because the more superior houses that's what he's kind of requesting for. So,
right, he's being very, very reasonable, especially given all the other things. It's only a 2-bedroom house, so he's in line. He's really in line.
is there any more discussion on this?
I was going to say, Harold's back, but I'm going to one because I don't know if I've done one right yet, so I got to do one. So if there's no more discussion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All those abstaining, raise your hand. So the vote was 5-0-1. The one abstention was Harold. Kathy, call the vote.
Okay, appeal number 300 to reduce the appraised value to $326,600 was granted with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposing, and 1 abstaining. Harold abstained.
Yes, I did. And I'm back. So Catherine, if you want to take a break,
I'll be back for the next one.
see you soon.
Bye.
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 Later.
So are we ready for another one?
Ronique, this is Harold. Was that the 300 that you did?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are we ready or?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm good.
we're ready.
Okay, sorry.
We have a quorum.
All right, so this next appeal is 396. The requested value is $335,000, down from the town's value of $371,800. Owner's name is Colin and Catherine Chandler at 814 Knapp Highway. I am motioning to approve the requested value of $335,000.
I'll second that, Judy.
Great, thank you. So there's an appraisal on this because it was bought in June of 2020. So the appraisal is dated April 29th of 2020. And so the original offer was 339. Hold on. Why does that not drive right? Oh yeah, that's right. So the original offer is $339,000, but the appraisal came back at $335,000. So he doesn't believe from June to October it wouldn't have raised 10%, which I totally get what he was saying. So the purchase did come in at $335,000. So he is requesting that it gets reduced down to his purchase price and the appraisal price.
This is Harold. Any questions or comments? Does anyone have any questions regarding the request or the appraisal? Any of the above?
This is Kathleen. No, I'm just quickly looking at the appraisal. You know, I see sales very tight to what the sale price of this property was. I don't see a ton of adjustments up and down. I know it was a Quicken Loan one, but you know, the three properties even before adjusters, 345, 333, and 340, and they seem, you know, similar capes, similar sizes, ages, all those kinds of things. The subject has 2 bathrooms. One of the other ones has 2 bathrooms at the end, so the 341, but that's on High Street. And I think, you know, I'm good with it.
All right. If there's no further comment, I will call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, please raise your hands. It's unanimous. 5 votes in favor of granting this appeal in full. No one opposed and no abstentions.
I have a question. Who
Yes.
is call-in user 7? Who is that?
That is,
It's me. I'm having problems with the speaker on my laptop.
Okay.
I'm
All right,
using
I'm
my-
just double checking, you know.
and right
Appreciate
you
it.
are,
Thank
right you are.
I
Okay,
was wondering who
Kathy, would you please call the vote?
For Appeal 396, to reduce the appraised value to $335,000, the appeal is granted unanimously with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstaining.
Thank you. Ronnie, you want to finish that page?
Yeah. So, this is for appeal number 524. The requested value is $300,000, down from the town appraised value of $343,600 for Joseph Guerrieri at 95 Roseville Street, and I'm requesting that we approve the requested value of $300,000.
Kathleen, I'll second it.
Great, thank you so much. So kind of similar, he bought it in June of 2020. The appraisal came in at $325. I'm just double checking that. So, and so I'm actually leaning towards a grant in part because he bought it for $310. He's asking for $300. Now, I keep going back and forth to going to either the appraisal value or the purchase value because it was purchased in June. So if anyone wanted to make a motion on this, I definitely welcome it, but I was thinking about doing a partial to 610. Or I'm sorry, 310 to the purchase.
This Kathleen appraisal was higher than that?
Yes, I wrote 325, but I'm trying to find where on the appraisal it says that.
I remember that house. Hold on.
Oh yeah, so it shows on page 6 of the appraisal, which I don't know what it is on. It's on
Page
where all the
12.
signatures are.
And the
I mean, I'm
comps
fine
they
going to
used-
the appraisal.
Yeah.
I thought I remembered it.
This is Kathleen. Was it on the market for a period of time? You know, with a MLS qualified sale listed for some?
Let me look up the real.
No,
It is
no.
listed. That's why I'm
This
wondering.
was, I remembered this house. I remembered this house. Oh my gosh. That's interesting. I'm gonna, you gotta pull up the old listing because the bank took it over. Hold on.
Oh, in October 2019, they put it on the market for $345. But before then, it kept changing all the way from January 2019 for $269. But I don't know why. That must have been the bank.
And the bank actually did a little work to get it up to that price, but I think I remember there was some mold issue in this house as well. At 320, and wait a minute, this is, oh, that's 75. Hold on.
They did mention that, this is Veronique, they did mention that they technically bought it for $310, but they got $5,000 back for concessions. And there's renovations that need to be made. Everything's original to the house, so it needs a new roof and the garage. It was built in 1959, and then the central air needs to be replaced.
I'm comfortable going with their purchase price, actually. They bought it for that.
That's what I was. I know. I usually go with purchase, but the appraisal this time came back higher, so I was a little off put by it.
This is Paul, and I'll go with purchase price. That's the fair market value. That's what he paid. I'll go with that.
That's what I'm thinking. So I would like to motion to amend my requested motion to grant in part to 310, 305?
I believe it's 325 is the appraisal value.
Yeah, I'm going to the purchase of 310. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we'll vote on the motion to amend to the purchase price of $310,000. All in favor, raise your hand. The motion is granted 5-0-0 on the amendment. All those in favor, can I make another amendment to the amended motion?
Well, we're
For now,
back to
I
the
got
main.
it.
Yeah, you've amended the main motion. You can amend again. If you want to amend the main motion, you can.
I'm just
Again.
wondering why we're not accepting the appraisal's value of 325, which seemed to have been a general consensus as we were talking about
my
it.
issue is I always find purchase price to be more comparable to the actual market price because that's what it was actually purchased for, right? And so when I'm looking at the appraisal, yes, it did come in higher, but I'm always leaning towards purchase. This is the first time I've ever seen, or maybe it hasn't, I haven't noticed, where an appraisal is higher than the purchase. So I usually go towards purchase, but I'd like to know your thoughts. I mean, it seems like Judy and Paulette both were like, purchase price is more substantial than an appraisal, right?
It is, because that's what the appraisal is actually based on. You know, they're a ready, willing, and able buyer who is willing to purchase the property. That is what market value is. An appraisal is an educated opinion, right? But we already have the actual market value from a purchase. So that, to me, is supersedes the appraisal.
And who was this property purchased from? This is Harold speaking.
Who's it purchased from?
Hold on.
Josephine Capizzello. what it says on, it doesn't say that it was ever bank owned, it just says Capizella.
No, that was another property, and I apologize for that, right?
Okay. All right, I'm ready to vote. All those in favor of granting the amended value of $310,000? Please raise your hand. It's unanimous. The appeal is granted in the amount of $310,000. The vote is 5-0-0. Kathy, please call the vote.
For Appeal 524 to reduce the appraised value to 300, the vote was to grant in part and reduce to $310,000 by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstaining.
Thank you, Kathy. And also, Ronnie, thank you for indulging me with my questions. I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. I can keep going if you want. I have you prepared.
Well, I want to give Judy a chance to do a
right.
few, but
My apologies.
if you're ready, Judy.
I would appreciate that. Yes,
I'm gonna butt in one more, only because he has another one that's exactly the same. It's at 343, 600, and they want to go to 300. Is that a typo? Ronique, number 611?
oh,
On
isn't
36
that
Crane-
interesting?
I know, that's why I feel like we should take care of it while we're talking about this other
I
one.
agree,
Unless,
I agree.
okay.
Yeah, that's exactly the next one I had it. In fact,
Yeah.
so this is appeal number 611. And so the property address is 136 Crane Street. This is for Lauren Shire, requested value of $300,000, down from the town's value of $343,600. It's exactly the same numbers.
I'll second that motion. Did you motion? I think you did.
Yeah, I would like to motion to approve the requested value of $300,000. I don't think I did. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Thank you. So this one, so there's no comparables he gave. He's basically doing quality and he's comparing neighbor to neighbor. But the last one that we just heard is like so similar, right? So it shouldn't be at 343.6. And 95 Roosevelt sold for 310. He didn't give any comparables. The thing that he said was he's retired, and that he was contesting about the increase in the mill rate, and he has steady or limited income because he's retired. The condition of the home, the windows and frames need replacing. The stucco's deteriorating. The rear steps are rotted. Needs to be redone. The kitchen, it's listed as average, but across the street, it's only 3 years old, and they're also as average. He feels the percent good on the field card was too high. There's no central air. There's 2 baths on the lower level, not on the upper floor. And he was really contesting about the appraisal values for the neighborhood from 9 to 11%, whereas he received a 13.2% increase. And then 157 Crane Street, he was saying that had 720 square feet, and that's 220,000. And the house rebuilt on 280 Lenore Ave, he was giving some percentage on that, and they were saying his property would probably be a tear down if bought, and he had an informal hearing. But just based on the last property we just heard, it does deem for a reduction, but he only did quality of the house. So I'd like you guys' input on what we should, can we use 95 Roswell as an equivalent?
This is Harold. I don't know if the Roseville is that much of an equivalent. That house was built in 1950.
Yeah.
The condition appears to be somewhat better. This Cape without central air conditioning, it's a 3-2 with just 1,228 square feet of living space. I might not pay the same for this house as I did the last one.
I think there's
it
a
to be
lot of
lower.
deferred maintenance. I agree, Harold. There's a lot of deferred maintenance here. You know, he did mention something that the field card shows over 100,000 in improvements. Where do you look? And he said he hasn't done any improvements. The house really needs a lot of work. Roseville is, if you had your choice between this or Roseville, it would be very obvious to choose Roseville. Very obvious.
This is Harold. You say that there was 100,000 improvements? No.
He
No,
wrote that on his application or one of the pictures.
Perhaps it might need 100,000 in improvements.
No, he says the field, look on page 2.
Oh, this is Kathleen, because they don't understand that a house is an improvement to the land. So that's
Oh,
probably
okay.
what
I was
he-
wondering what he meant by that because I didn't see it.
Lot
But
that mistake. Basically, anything you do to right a lot is an improvement. Therefore, we consider houses improvements. And that's
the mudroom looks really in bad shape. I mean, you know, there's no question. I mean, if he asked for 280, I probably would have given him 280. You know,
I know,
think-
but he's 300, so it's really not that. It's really not different than 310, and it's in a worse shape than 95 Roswell. That's why I'm inclined to grant it. But then again, I just want to hear your guys' input.
This is
What
Paulette.
was the square footage? Bill? Was it similar? I don't remember.
It was. So the square foot on Shire Lawrence and this property is 1228, and the
Right.
square footage on 95 Roseville is 1104. So it's a little bigger, but not.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. There was one sale on Crane, 45 Crane Street, was a 1950s Cape, 1,200 square feet, sold for $445 in April of 2019. Says it was an unqualified
that?
sale. Yeah, 45 Crane Street.
This is
But
Paulette.
then there
Yeah,
were
that-
other, 2
Sorry, that
years
was-
before, they sold 97 on Crane. So there could be a big, you know, that's 1,200 square feet. It says 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, 1950s. And then there was one in 17 on Crane Street that sold for 297. You know, similar, 1,200 square feet, 0.11 acres. So I don't know if it's the condition. I'm not sure why 45 Crane is at a much nicer home. That's that. I'm just seeing that one sale, and that was in April of 19.
Yeah, 45 Crane looks really well done. It's very well put together. It's renovated.
This is Paulette. I
And
just
it's-
want to address that. Just want to address that improvement thing. When you say we consider the house an improvement, who does? Who's is that a standard or something? Because I'm looking at what it was. It was 199,500 in 2019. Is that the no? That's the Lindsay. Looking for the house. Oh, here it is. The house. Okay. It went up. It went up a lot, but it didn't. It's worse. It's in worse condition. So why do they bring it up when the house is actually deteriorating? Yes, the house is an improvement to the land when it's built, maybe for a while. But at this stage, it's a detriment to that land. So I don't think having the land go up in value, in house value, go up in value is accurate. That's one
Paulette,
thing. The other
I think you might have missed part of the conversation. We were getting clarification of why he wrote $100,000 on his paperwork. We're not saying that it's there's $100,000 improvement. We were stating that he believes that the $100,000 is added to the value of the land. So I think we may have heard enough discussion on this. Yes, Judy?
I just want to say one thing. Did anybody look at 118 Crane Street? This is 1,220 square foot Cape. It looks like a storybook postcard. It
I just
closed
called it
in
out.
Yes.
January 2020. Did you see that? That 345, this guy isn't anywhere close to it. He's more than $45,000 worth of work to get to where this is.
Sure.
The 300 is very reasonable.
Absolutely. And Kathleen did mention another property that was similar size that was under $300,000. So I think that, we're looking at properties and we are making some judgment calls based upon the condition, the age, and other factors. So I think we've had sufficient discussions on this to vote on it. So I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. The vote is carried 5-0-0. The appeal is granted to the requested amount. Kathy?
And I
Appeal 611 to reduce the appraised value to $300,000 is granted by a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstaining.
Okay, that's great. Ronique, you have 4 more on Tungus Hill, but since Judy has joined us almost an hour ago, I'd like to give her a shot at doing some of her appeals. She's got a long list as well.
Yeah, sure thing. Totally fine.
Yes, and
I'm back, so if anybody wants to take a quorum break.
oh, thank you very much.
can I
We
get
have
this-
6 members. If someone would like to take a break for 15, 20 minutes or so, we will continue without you. I see Kathleen's hand up.
Ronique, unless Ronique wants to, I don't know where he's at. I could grab something to eat.
No,
though.
go for it. Totally fine.
Go for it? Okay.
We do
Oh,
have
Judy,
about an
and-
hour and 5 minutes to go.
Oh, no, you don't.
Okay,
Come on.
We have
moving along.
we have a cameo being made on that camera. I'm going to turn my camera off, but I'm listening and I will turn it right back on while I finish up dinner. But I'm up.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Everybody ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
I think so.
All right. I would like to bring up appeal number 400. The address is 2959 Congress Street. I make a motion to approve the appellant's fair market value request of $3,500,000. The town's value was $3,798,600.
I second it.
Thank you very much.
Judy, could you please read the owner's name?
Yeah, it's Jason Garlick,
Thank you.
right, and they're represented by Zelds, Needle, and Cooper. Okay, so listen, there's a little history on this property. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm looking, hold on one second.
I'm sorry, I missed the appeal number.
It's
Oh,
400.
it's number 400.
400 even?
Appeal number 400 even. It's Garlic and Herbs, Jason Garlic.
Okay.
All right. All right, here's what I want to, okay, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what was submitted. It's been on the market since 2016 and it hasn't sold. It is on the market right now for $3,975,000. Their requested value was $3,500,000. That says a lot to me, and bear with me because I just put my glasses on. I'm going to look at my writing. They started it on the market in 2016 at 4.95. Went down to 3.9 in 2017. 2018 still didn't sell. It's on the market right now, 3.975. They did give some comps, so but here's what I want to say. It's on that. I hate to be hard about this, but the house is on the market for $3,975, and you're appealing and telling me it's worth $3,500. I mean, you know what? There's such a thing. Okay, well, maybe negotiating, but if you're telling one person it's worth $1 amount, and somebody else it's worth another dollar amount, I gotta have a little bit of an issue with it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's Mrs. Veronique. I
All right.
completely agree.
Any further comments or discussion? Then, let me see, do we have Kathleen, you're on board with us? And Catherine, Kathleen, have you taken a break? Catherine is on. You heard our discussion?
The whole thing, so I'm ready to
Catherine?
vote.
Okay. All those in favor of granting this appeal for the requested amount of $3,500,000, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Paulette, are you abstaining? Is that an abstention? Yes. The vote
I'm opposed.
is your vote. Okay. It's unanimous. The vote is 0-5-0. The motion is not granted. The appeal is not granted, is denied. Kathy, please call the vote.
For Appeal 400, to reduce the appraised value to $3,500,000, the vote was to deny. 0 in favor, 5 opposed, and 0 abstaining.
Thank you. Judy, you wish to continue?
Oh, yeah. I have one that we'll probably have a little bit of discussion on, but then I have a couple of easier ones. So let's do the discussion one first. It's appeal number 444, 1610 Hillside Road. I'd like to make a motion to approve the appellant's opinion of fair market value of $2,600,000 as opposed to the town's value of $3,650,200. The owners are Robert and Nancy Englander, and they're represented by Chris Russo.
I'll second. This is Harold. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Okay, we have an appraisal here. And the appraisal was retroactive to October 1, 2020. And the appraisal comes in at 2.6. So as I look at the appraisal a little bit, you know, I really don't like to pull apart appraisals. I really don't like to do that. And I don't mean to in here. The only thing that that gets me a little bit is they do have that studio with 1.5 baths. They do have tennis courts. And yeah, they were adjusted on the appraisal. I'm just not quite sure about the 2.8. I know the 3.65, the 3.650, 200 is too high. I know that. We absolutely know that. But I'm also concerned about, as I said, the 2.6 number. So, you know, I'm willing to go with the appraisal because it's here. It just, I think it's a little on the low side of market value. That's all.
Okay, any further comments or discussion? This is Harold. It appears that the assessed value did not increase by that much. Looks like maybe $100,000 from the previous reval period. Certainly, the land value actually did not change at all. No, I take that back, it did. The land value went down. Any reason why it should be that low?
I think it's a little low, but I think we're still a little high.
Well, $1 million is a big difference.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. It is a big difference. The 2.6 seems a little low. Paulette, what are your thoughts?
She's on mute.
Paulette?
I, you know, like you said, I don't like to mess with the appraisals.
Right.
But, and it may be a little bit low, but I'm not, I'd rather go that way than use the town's value because it's just too much.
Well, exactly.
All right, if there's no further discussion, I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting the requested amount, please raise your hands. I have 2 in favor. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? So we have 2 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstention. The motion fails. The appeal is not granted. Vote is 2-1. Kathy, please call the vote.
For Appeal 444, to reduce the appraised value to $2,600,000, the vote failed with two who wanted it. I can't think of the
In
word.
favor? Yes, in
2
favor, we say.
opposed and 1 abstaining.
Yes, thank you.
Catherine and Harold opposed and Ronique abstained.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Sorry, I just felt like
Another one?
Yes, please.
Okay, appeal number 80. 2470 Hillside Road. The appellant's statement of value is $800,000. The town's value is $1,225,000. You know, these people, probably as reasonable as anybody could get, they actually purchased the home and closed in November of 2020. And if you look at page 2, the timing of the closing, they were unable to appeal the town's assessment of the property they just purchased. And they also came down with COVID, so they had a quarantine for most of the month of December. They closed on the property.
This is Kathy. I didn't hear the motion.
Oh, did I make a motion? Who seconded? Nobody. I did make a motion. I don't think anybody seconded. So I'll do it again.
This is that motion.
Ronique, did you second?
I didn't, but I will now.
Okay, well, why don't I state it again so it's clear for the record? Appeal number 80, property located at 2470 Hillside Road in Fairfield. Owners are Daniel and Amanda Carrier. Their opinion, fair market value is $800,000. Town's value is $1,225,000. I move to approve the appellant's opinion of fair market values.
This is Ronique. I'll second that.
Thank you. They purchased the home for $757,000. You can see it on the field card on page number 3. They bought it for $757,000. And even though they bought it at $757,000, they asked the town to adjust the fair market value to $800,000. Now, how much more fair can Ronique, the face is interesting. Yeah. So they said, you know what, 800, we're okay with 800, and that's what they asked. It's 800.
Well, that's easy.
I have no problem granting this appeal. I think they bought it for $757,000. They're asking for an $800,000 market value.
Can we vote?
You can't refute that.
No, you can't.
I mean, the numbers that you gave are the numbers that we see. Okay. So, any further discussion? I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of $800,000, I believe that was the amount in question, raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's unanimous. The motion is carried 5-0-0. Kathy?
Appeal number 80 to reduce the appraised value to $800,000 is granted unanimously.
Thank you. Judy?
Okay. Let me just get to my notes. I have a couple of different papers that I try to put together at the same time. Okay, here we go. All right, appeal number 307. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the appellant's opinion of market value to $2,100,000. The town's market value was $2,541,700.
Is there a second?
Catherine will second.
Yes, for the record, this is Carl Pavano, a successor trustee, and the address again, 120 Senate Lane in Fairfield. This is, I want you to look at page 2 and something really important here. Again, I'm talking about appraisals. So this is Baldwin Pearson. I think they've been around for, 70 or 80 years. You may have heard me say that. The MAI is the PhD of appraisal. So when you see the MAI on an appraisal, you hold a lot of weight to that, more so than one without it. But I'm not saying anything about the appraisers that don't have that designation, but it really means something. So if you read that, the property took almost 7 years to build, and while they went through that, they had a lot of extraordinary depreciation. He's got all those. Oh, he did mention the fireplaces in here because when I spoke with the Frank Murphy, who was on behalf of the owner, told me there's 5 fireplaces, none of them work. None of them work. There were so many issues building that house, and because it took so long to build, some of the interior of the house started to deteriorate before it could even become habitable. So some of these things are still not corrected. So we have a lot of depreciation within the property. So even though you look at it, you say, oh my gosh, this is a big house. It's on a lot of property. It's a rear lot of almost 4 acres. But really, a survey says the property is 3.7 acres. It's not 3.89 acres. The conservation easement, there's 2 of them. One is on a 1/4 acre that has wetlands. The second one covers, almost 1 3/4 acres of property, and that's more wetlands. And then there's another easement with regards to a stormwater detention easement. So we have all of these mitigating factors. And because of that, and along with the appraisal, I really have no concern to drop this down. They're asking for $441,000. One second, Ronique, I'll get there. They're asking for a reduction of $41,700. I think they're well within their rights there. When they have a house that is not, even though it has all of these great features, they can't even use all of them, especially, and that also includes the land. Yes, Ronique?
Sorry, there's just one thing that's just pointing out at me. So it was bought in May 2018 for almost 2.4. And then since that purchase date, they've took out a lot of permits for renovations, and it was a lot of money. I mean, you're talking over $1 million worth of permit pulling during that time. I'm thinking, oh no, that's the inspection date. My apologies. So the only two times the permit was for the pool and the pool house. So they put in a pool in the pool house, and they bought it in 2018 for 2.4, and they're requesting for 2.1.
Yeah, because they bought it. I don't think they realized all of the issues that were there when they purchased.
Okay.
Right. So, and the appraiser that came out, you know, they're as reputable, one of the most reputable appraisers, like I would say in Fairfield County. Okay. So
Okay.
I'm not saying anything about anybody else, but this particular property, we have a lot of uniqueness. So no matter how much, how many permits they took out, remember, they bought this house that was sitting there for 7 years. You know what happens to a house when it sits for 1 year? This one was going on for 7. And the fireplaces still don't work. Right? So
Right.
Harold is deep in thought. I can look at his face.
Not a very good poker face, I'm afraid. I do see that the assessed value went down somewhat from the previous revaluation period, but I hear what you're saying. I can't really argue with the appraisal that's submitted at the with the complexity that is being presented. I'm just wondering if the number shouldn't be somewhere in between. But
I'm not going to fuss with an MAI, and remember the guy said
I'm-
they got 3
quite
easements.
honestly, I don't want to fuss with it either because there's too many components to it, too many angles. So I will call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of, I believe it was 2.1 million. 2.1 million.
Right.
Please raise your hand. The motion is carried. 3 opposed. Sorry, opposed. 2 opposed. Motion is carried. 3 in favor, 2 opposed. No abstentions.
I have another one. Can I do another one? Everybody, is that okay?
This is Howard. Kathleen is back. Does anyone want to take a break, or do you want to hang in there for the next 45 minutes? Looks like everyone's sticking around. Okay. Next case.
Okay. I know I want to do 327. Is it 327? Hold on one second. Oh, 27. Is it 27? Right. Number 27. And let me get to my notes with this property, please. I have a couple of different notes, so why don't we just start so I don't hold everybody up. Appeal number 27, Robert and Eileen Cahill and his Living Trust. Property is located at 461 Burr Street. And the appellant's opinion of market value is 800, and the town's value is 1,020,000. And I make a motion to approve the appellant's opinion of fair market value of $800,000.
Will second.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so looking through my additional notes and on my, I have one note that says see page 4 on whatever we're here. Okay. This is really interesting because if you read page 4, and I'll go ahead and read it into the record. They received their assessment of 714. It was an increase of 25%. Here's what happened. They had received a reduction in their property assessment on March 21 of 2017, and that was a reduction of 25%. So what happened is that when they redid the reval, they didn't factor in that 25%, and that's all the assessment is still the same as the previous amount of 714, an increase of 25%. So what happened is that you see there's a little issue there. The reason for granting a previous reduction for the property assessment is valid. Significant portion of the property is wetland. There's an easement for the phone company, the electric company, and it's a private road. And it's got to do all the road maintenance, including plowing. So just a moment. He did mention that Zillow said something that property was priced at $797, which is why it came up with the $800,000. But what I had understood is that he had gotten this guy. He was older. He came in. He's got a lot of wetlands there, and even though it says this. It's really like Frog Pond. It's a very unique little area, and really, he's really on his house is really on Frog Pond. So if you look at that little map that he drew up, you see that it's Burr Street. That's Burr Street, and it shows as Burr Street for all the records, but really he's on Frog Pond Lane, and he's got to take care of that property. So there's wetlands over there. He's an older gentleman. He came with whatever he could. Look at some of the data, and I understand you're looking at the assessments, and I know Kathleen really doesn't like to look at various assessments on other properties and in comparison. I know you don't. He did as much work as he possibly could. He was elderly. He came as close as he could, and I have to tell you, I mean, for this particular property, yeah, he's got a tough number. How come everybody else went down and his went up? That's my question too. That isn't there.
Yeah, well, this is Kathleen. That happens when they get a reduction from the BAA at some point in the last 5 years, and he got a reduction in 18. So if he had an override on his property, it bounces back.
So can we give him the same override again?
Well, I suggest we do better than the override.
What?
Let's do better than the override, and let's change that condition that we've been doing.
Well, this is Kathleen. He may have gotten a condition last time too. Ross would have to be the one to say, yes, he definitely, this was done with an override last time. But, we may have given him some adjustment for the wetlands, or we may have said, look, no matter what we do, we can't get him to the value he wants to be at. So that's why they put the override on, and those pop off. So that's why we see these people with big jumps when their neighbors stay stable or their neighbors go down. It's because the overrides are coming off. But I don't know. I don't know how much of what we did the last time was because of the wetlands and how much was an override. Is Ross still there or no? I see his camera. I see one, maybe not.
1 second. He's been in 2 different meetings.
Oh my.
He does mention.
And maybe maybe it doesn't matter. This is Kathleen as to what we, what we decide to do. We may need a override again.
And I have in my notes, I mean, really, I could tell what I have in my own personal notes from that meeting, which is all that paper shuffling, is that in my notes, he clearly didn't understand a lot of it. And he put forth the best kind of argument that he could, even with a lack of
27.
knowledge. So
Completely moved on.
I'd like to find out a few things and then revisit. I'd
Ross?
like to pull up the map
Here. Oh, they want to pull up the
to
map?
see what the easements are on his property and how much of it is in the wetlands that he's speaking of. And
well, do you know how to go with GIS? You could do it yourself. You can actually look at it. Rather, if Ross isn't here,
is the easements on that too, or?
Yeah. This is Kathleen. His neighbor's property sold at 116 Frog Pond. Did anybody see that for $899 on November 30th, 2020? It's one house to the west. Town has it at 865, but it's sold for $899. Small. It's less. It's a 3,200 square feet, 1984. I mean, it may be in much better shape than his house. I don't know, or it may be a better lot. But
That's
considering,
right.
you know, he's got a cell next door, that might be helpful.
hold on. I'm going to give you the differences between the two. There's technically 4 houses on Frog Pond. Which address did you see?
Yeah, 116 Frog Pond, one to the west. So if you're on the GIS, it's one property to the left, sold for $899 in November of 2020. The 1984.
Okay, that was done on the MLS for some reason. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, maybe it wasn't a qualified sale. I didn't call it the field card yet. It's listed as qualified. Yeah,
And
that's
how
a
many
2
square
acre.
feet was that property?
The house is 3206.
Okay,
And the land
hold on.
is
Okay.
2 acres. So his land is at 450. There's no adjustments on that land for wet or anything on the Frog Pond. There isn't. The land's
Right.
at 450, 100. Yeah. And the house at 415, 300.
Yeah, he tried to sell that even in 2017 for $949. He couldn't sell it then. So I'm looking at a picture of the house.
This is 116 Frog Pond you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about 461 per.
Oh, the subject tried to sell? Okay.
461 per, yeah.
This is Kathleen. What did he have it on for?
Get it on for $949 for a little over 6 months. It did not sell.
And when was that? Sorry, write that down.
That was in 17. So from 16 and 17, he couldn't sell it. They actually tried to sell it prior to that for over, yeah, this is interesting because he also tried to sell it at 60. He started at $1,090,000. That didn't work. And then he tried again in 16 and 17 to sell it for $949, and that also did not work.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just a moment.
Looking through the one that did sell, very fresh house, very updated. If it's the same, it's a little larger, but
Right.
just
small.
it was a very fresh home.
This is a 1984, like original 1984 snapshot in time capsule. This one. Probably nothing has been done to it since then.
This is Kathleen. Yeah,
well-
so the pictures are fine, right, for 461, because he had it on the market.
Yeah,
You
the
can see
pictures
the-
are
you can
online,
see-
right?
Right. For the subject property.
That's it. And the other interesting thing, and there was an attic. I wonder whether they use that attic for square footage on the property, because the ceiling height wasn't. It's not a standard ceiling height, so I hope they didn't use that. I'm gonna look at it. Bear with me. And I'm going to look at the field card and see what it says.
He does have central, this is Kathleen, he does have central air, right? 5 bedrooms,
Yeah, I
3
should.
full, 2.
Right.
And this, I'm just looking, I like the sales data, so it's
Yeah.
good that we have. Oh, it's really good.
Yeah,
Looks like
they're,
he has
they added $52,000. If you look at the attic expansion finished, yeah, but that ceiling height, I don't know. There's a few of you guys that met me. I'm pretty short, right? Well, I like to say I'm normal size, but other people consider me short. It would be a low ceiling for me, so it's not. I would discount that attic expansion that's finished. It's 362 square feet. I would discount that, and I don't think he's out of line at all. I think he's okay at the 800, and especially with a little bit of weirdness. He's got the Frog Pond frontage, but the Burr Street address. So, and that street they all take care of, that Willow Lane. I'm inclined to accept this, and I would hope that everyone would follow suit with me.
This is Kathleen, just the sale is $899 next door, it's a little smaller, right? It's 3,200 square feet as opposed to the 3,700 square feet. There
Yeah,
any
and
other
all
big-
updated, and this one is not.
Yeah,
Right.
I know. I'm just saying the $899, right, is really what we would I would compare it to. So, and it's smaller. Is there anything else? No pools or anything like that on either one of them, right?
No.
Fireplace on the
This is
subject
Kathy. Harold, I think you're on mute.
Harold is on mute.
4, 2,
Press the
1.
space bar, Harold.
I didn't want you to hear me sneezing, but
Bless you.
I would say that, the comments that you made about the low roof line or something, was that pertaining to the attic?
Yeah.
I think that's already adjusted because the floor space is 906 square feet, but the town is only looking at 362.
No. That's not what that is, the 362. Now you look at the living area, not the floor area. Because,
Right.
In a cape, and it goes like this, you don't have, even though you have a larger floor, you don't have that 8-foot ceiling. You
I
don't have full 8-foot ceiling. That's why there's an adjustment there. Similar
That's
to
what I have
like,
right behind me.
yeah, except you have cathedral ceilings and he does not. That's the difference.
I understand, but I mean, we're already recognizing that he doesn't have full use of that space.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay.
This is Kathleen. I mean, a couple
Kathleen?
things. A couple things I see on his card, and this may be why he keeps coming back. Is the sale property has a depreciation code of 4, right? The subject property has a depreciation code of 5. So his depreciation code is pretty high, right? He's 88% good, and we just saw the photos. That's probably not true. So sometimes on these large homes, 3,700 square feet, you take the depreciation down, it's going to take quite a bit off of the house, and that's going to stay off of it until somebody fixes it up. The other place we could potentially adjust is, more on the wetlands. So I don't know if Ross is there, but I'd be curious to know what the depreciation number would be, if we brought him even to a 3, if it's really that dated inside.
And once again, since he's not there, I think we can give him a number to work with and tell him, because we really have no proof of the wetlands. Is it a hardship or whatever? So I'm less inclined to adjust the land, but I think we can let him know that those are some considerations, but what number he has to
Yeah.
get to, and then give him the leeway on how to get there.
This is Kathleen. I just think the 8's a little low with the neighbor sale at 899. I know that one's updated. And this is bigger, more bedrooms. So I don't know, maybe 820, 830, something like that. Like I said, I'd like to see what the depreciation would do, and then that would make me, I don't know. Whatever.
It's not low at all. It's actually right in line with a neighboring sale of 899 because you have all that work. Think about it. One kitchen. Is it easy to spend $50,000 there? 50, 60? That's a low number. We all know that. And then how many baths do we have? I mean, so we said $60,000 for a kitchen and $15,000 or $20,000 for a bath. Or how many baths do we have? 3.5. No, I have to look at it. Hold on.
I think there's 3.
There are 3 full and 2 half baths, right? If you spent only $10,000 for each of those 5 baths, and you only spent $60,000 for the kitchen, that's $110,000 that you would have to go through all the work to get to the point of the other house. And you got to go through all of that problem, all of that issues with the GC and the building permit and all of that. And, the 800 is not out of line, especially when you look at the 899. That actually helps him.
Yeah,
Kathy, this is Harold. Kathy, is Ross available?
He's attending another meeting. I could ask him if you have a specific question queued up to ask him. He
Related to Kathleen's questions about adjusting the condition and on the home and the depreciation on this property.
He was at 820 before. I just did the math at 574. He was at 820 last time.
So you want Ross to do something?
I don't know. I mean, whatever. I would like to see the depreciation go down. I think that should be part of it. Whether we're going to go to an 8, we're going to take him lower than he was the last time. We can take him back to 820. I don't know how to do the math with that depreciation to know how that's going to affect his house. I don't know how to do that.
Okay,
but
hold on one second.
Good with the number. We don't have to go there right now. We can move on or just vote on it. Because maybe the support's there to take him to 8.
I think that if the last time that, what did you say about the depreciation last time? And what year was this?
The last we took him down to 820 when he appealed in 18. Looking at the numbers at the 564 assessed, that comes out to 820. So the last time we took.
So it makes sense that he would be actually a little bit lower than that for the depreciation. And the reason why is because nothing's been done to the property.
Yeah, other than the market's a little better than it was in 15 for Greenfield Hill, right? Because Greenfield Hill was coming down then. And
But the condition is not as good either.
Right, but this is Kathleen. One of the reasons he has a problem is because the depreciation code is 5 and he's 88. That's what's driving. They may have adjusted his wetlands last time, but that's what's the neighbors at a depreciation code of 4. So the neighbors looks like the neighbor's house is not as nice as his, which is obviously not true. So whether the neighbor should be higher or not, I don't know, but he probably should not be at a 5. He should probably be at a 3. So.
Ross, are you on the line? So basically,
yes, I'm here.
Okay, on appeal number 27, we're looking at the card, and there was a big jump in the value of the dwelling, and we believe that there was an override on it that was removed due to condition, and we want to find out what the new value would be if we change the what were the two numbers? The,
Depreciation from
Depre-
5 to 3.
Yeah, I can do that for you, but not at the moment. I'm waiting to get back on another meeting. So I can't,
right
I
now, the
can't jump
grade,
on the WebEx at this moment.
okay. The grade I see is a 6 on the card.
Oh, I saw 5. Okay, where am I looking? I saw depreciation of 5. Am I looking at the
Yeah.
wrong property?
No,
Okay,
you got the
we can-
depreciation code, but the grade of 6 is quite high. That's above average.
The grade on that left there? Okay.
Yes.
Well,
What
how
is
big
it?
is the house?
The house is,
3,700.
yes, 3,700 square feet.
Yeah, that may not,
Neighbors,
grade generally goes up with the size of the house.
But there's condition factors on this that appears that it may have dropped off if there was an override, and we'd like to see if the grade is reduced and the depreciation is increased. There's a
Okay,
depreciation
I can
code.
do that for you, but I can't do it right now because I'm waiting to go back into another meeting.
All right. Shall we set this one aside
So
and take no action and come back to it?
we can just, or we can just vote. If you guys are ready, we'll just vote. I want that to be done to the, I'd like that to be done to the card, regardless of what happens with the vote.
Okay.
I mean, this is Rodney. I prefer to see the code change because then it would alleviate him from the next reval. But then again, he has to make the adjustments anyway, so whatever number you vote on. So I'm fine either way.
All right. I think that we will make a request of the assessor's office to look at the codes that were there previously and see about going back to those, if possible. Yes, Paulette. Are you muted, Paulette?
Sorry, I think it's better for us to vote and then come up with a number that we believe is right, and then he has to make that work. Here's my concern. If we we tell him we want to take it down, he's going to try that, and he does it. And he comes up with a number that's different than this. History shows me that we're just going to take that number and go with it, and it might not be right. Because then he decides. So I think if we decide and say to him, this is the number we need to get to, we don't care how you get there. Get to whatever works best for you. Just get there. I think that's the way it should be.
Okay.
I thought that's what we were doing, actually. So I'm glad you clarified that, Paulette.
What ends up happening, this is Kathleen, is he ends up with another override. If the depreciation is going to take him to like 812 when we bring it down, or 814, he's going to stay there till he fixes up his house. If we do it with an override, it's going to pop off and he's going to come back again. Now, granted, 5 years, probably he'll sell his home within 5 years if he's tried a couple times already. So it may be a moot point anyway that it's going to pop back up. But that's why I like the overrides. Because, I don't like the overrides because this is a perfect example. He just comes back. So, but we can vote on a number and, that's fine. And we'll just say, look, we want the depreciation to be at 3. And, FYI, let us know what that did to the number. Did it get him to 890, which obviously, no one wants him there. I was looking for him in the low 8s. I don't love the round numbers, but I'm okay with that. I think he needs something, even though we didn't really make a case. He's got a sale next door, so that's very helpful. So.
I think that we're all talking about different ways to get to the same result, and that is to lower this to a number that is reasonable for the appellate. Judy, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, you know what? I think I really would like to get this to approve it at the 800 and have Ross figure out how we can do the depreciation so as much as possible to get as close to that 800. And if the depreciation doesn't work or the condition factor does not work all the way, and then whatever he does, he gives it an additional adjustment to get it to the 800. But let's get it to the 800 for this gentleman.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can vote.
I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount of $800,000, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. The appeal is granted to the amount of $800,000.
Thank you for this, gentlemen. Thank you to the board. Thank you.
Well,
You're welcome.
we are learning as we go. Judy, you have a couple more in you?
Let Ron make through a few more. Give me a little break, and then because I've been at it all. I've been at business all day long. So give me a few minute break.
Okay.
and I'll-
Ronnie, you want to finish up Tuxas Hill?
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, even if it takes us a few extra minutes, let's go for the three.
Perfect. All right.
The three,
So
the
we're
3
gonna
points.
appeal 587.
What was that appeal number?
587.
Thank you.
I felt bad that
Yeah,
all
no.
Roberts missed that 3-pointer to lose.
Let's see what I can do.
What number was that? 587.
587, yeah. So
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the requested value to $281,000.
Catherine seconds.
Catherine seconds, yes.
Okay, perfect. So the realtor came in for this property, and so basically what was happening is he gave some comparable sales. 1600 Melville, which sold on August 14, 2020 for $300,000, which is larger with an updated garage. And the realtor made adjustments, and they said that would have been equivalent to like $374,000. The next one equivalent house was 115 Davis that sold on the same day, 8/14/2020. $315,000, which is larger, it's bigger, it has a garage, it's in the Stratfield area. The realtor adjusted it. They said it was $287,750 for that compared to this house. The last home that they looked at was 451 Melville, that sold on September 30th, 2020. And that was for $320,000. It's smaller, it has a fence, and it was a little bit of an outlier, but they adjusted it to $319,800 because it was smaller. So in 2016, they refinanced, and they had issues with the loan because of the price, and they just couldn't come up with that value, and so they couldn't refinance then. And he did buy in 2004, and so the that they gave, the realtor gave, it was pretty compelling, and so they does include a broker price opinion of $281,000. The houses that they gave were a little bit more superior, and around what he's requesting.
This is Harold. We have some mortgage details here. How does that support his argument, or does it?
They tried to refinance in 2016, and they had issues with the loan because it just wasn't priced high enough.
Okay. I see.
So where is that appraisal though?
Yeah, so exactly. So it does have the broker price opinion, and they have the 3 comparables listed in that grid there with the adjustments that she made. And so I do like the adjustments. She didn't make too many adjustments on it. They are more superior, and it's really close. I mean, think about it. If we have it appraised at $325,200, and a more superior one like 1600 Melville sold at $300,000, we already know it's overvalued. Just compared with that was sold in August 2020.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. It's got a 1/4 acre lot, right? So the land alone is 274, right? So is that what's driving the value on this house? It's a pretty big lot for that area. I'm just trying to see.
Because 1600 is 0.21. It is a little smaller on the land, but the actual home itself, it is larger because it's the 16 is at 1176 square feet. He's at 960 with a garage, an updated garage. And then even 115 Davis, the lot is bigger. It's at 0.33. The square footage is bigger, 1165. I sold at 315. And so they have a larger lot and larger square footage, and that's over 315. And we have it at 325.
Okay, any further comments?
No, Kathleen, this is a similar neighborhood, Paulette, you know, just saying Davis, Melville, Blue Ridge are all comparable. I don't know the neighborhoods that well enough to know whether they picked close comps. Does it say how close they are?
Davis is a much nicer neighborhood. Melville
Okay.
and Blue Ridge are the same neighborhood.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
right.
Melville is a double yellow line street. It's a, you know, it's a big cut through street. So Melville is going to be a little bit less.
This is Harold, are these off of Villa Avenue or near Villa?
Well, Melville, one end of Melville is right near Villa, but then the other end is by Fairfield Woods, and then there's a quiet section of Melville. So
I just want to look at the address. I want to see it, okay?
because one of the
Yeah,
Melville went for 320.
Right.
So
and I actually, my friend lives right next door to it too. And so I know how busy that road is.
So where's Blue Ridge? Is that
It's
closer to
109 Blue Ridge Road.
What end of Melville sold for
I would call it
320?
the Tungus Hill
What do
end.
you?
Tungus Hill
It's
end.
in Tungus Hill. Okay.
Yep. There it is.
I hate to
Yeah,
agonize.
it's like near Naps Highway, in between Naps
Okay.
and Berkeley, from Millville to,
Lenny,
if you just think about where Naps is,
Yep.
Blue Ridge isn't that far from there. Fairway Green, everybody knows where Fairway Green is because the high school is there.
Yeah.
And that little cul-de-sac, it's going towards Villa. It's the next street over, going towards Villa. So, my opinion is that Blue Ridge is a better location, much better location than being on Melville.
And 451 Melville's right around the corner from the appellants, and both
Doesn't
Melville
matter if
properties.
it's around the corner. I mean, it's still on Melville. Even though it's close,
No,
still better.
exactly. And they sold for less than what we have it appraised.
Where are those three? Again. There we go. Okay.
Kathleen,
So-
looks like the Davis was tear down because it sold for 315 in August of 2020, and now it just resold for 694 on January 19th, 2021. So there's your, the 115 Davis that sold for 315.
That's a superior to this.
Superior property,
That-
yeah. It was sold
Yeah, that's,
tear down. Yeah.
whatever Ross created it to be, but this is definitely Tungus Hill.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I didn't.
I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, please raise your hand. Judy, are you there?
Yeah. 1 second. I'm sorry. I don't know how that happened. Okay.
Thank you. It's unanimous. The appeal is granted 500.
I actually, in the sixth vote, I said no. So there's one no, Catherine. But 5 yeses, so it carried.
I'm sorry, I miscounted the number of members that we have available, and I didn't call for opposed. So there's one opposed, is that correct, Catherine?
Correct.
Okay, so the vote is 5 in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions. 5-1-0.
Excuse
The
me.
motion is carried. The appeal is granted.
I do have a really fast one if you guys want to, but it's a purchase
Yes,
price one.
let's do 2. Let's do 2. Finish it up.
Okay, so appeal number 39 for 14 Berry Lane Court. And for Ahmed Ibrahim, the requested value is $231,000. The town value has it at $304,800. He purchased it September 16, 2020 for $210,000, and he's requesting $231,000. Really don't see much of a discussion on this one because he's requesting for higher than what we purchased a month before 10-1, not even a month. So I thought he was being really fair. He added for inflation just on his own calculations from Zillow for that 1 month period. And so I kind of think this is similar to what Judy had in one of her appeals where the purchase price is there, but he's requesting for higher than the purchase price. Oh, did I motion? I like
This is
to
Kathy,
motion
yes,
to
I need a motion.
I've motioned to approve appeal number 39 for $231,000 down from the town site, $4,800 for 14 Berry Lane Court for Ahmed Ibrahim.
I'll second.
Look at that, 3
I'll
seconds.
second. So, Ronique, you were saying that there's a purchase price here.
Yes. So for on 9/16, 2020 for $210,000.
The appellate is seeking a value of how much?
Purchased it for
231.
200. He's requesting $231,000. Yes.
Any questions or comments?
Sorry, I put myself on mute. That sale was in 2016, not 2020. September of 16.
Yes.
I wrote 9/16/20.
Sale
Am I
date.
wrong?
Appeal,
Wait, this is, this is, 14 Berry Lane. Oh, you know what? The 18, oh, wait a minute, this is interesting. The property address 14 Berry Lane, the mailing address is 18 Old Stratfield. And then there is the assessor, he brought, oh, wait a minute. No, it's right. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the revaluation notice and I saw 18 Old Stratfield there, but the location is 14 Berry Lane. Okay. And then
no,
I look at
actually-
14 Berry Lane, but look at the field card. It says purchase date, sale date 11/25/20.
for zero, though.
Sale price
think
for
it just-
0. Yeah.
Yeah, it's from him. It's back and forth from his realty company to himself. But the purchase date was September 2016, if you look at his cover. But it's a half of a duplex, right? It's one
Yep.
half of a duplex. Okay.
2 bedroom, 1 bed.
I don't know if the duplexes or not. And he has a second property, right, on your list there, Ronique, as well, right? I saw that Appeal 38 was his as well, the Campfield Drive, but they're not
Yeah,
related
no.
to each other? Not related. Oh,
No, that's the refi.
yeah, so this is a duplex, and were his comp duplexes too, or he didn't? I don't remember.
And those, yeah. So the appraisal, what was the appraisal? So for some reason, I on my notes, September 16th, 2020. But I see what you're saying, Kathleen. And the appraisal came in. What's that?
The appraisal is as of 2016.
Oh, right.
And it's a portion of the appraisal.
Yeah, it's a rental property. So he added for inflation from 26. Oh, I see what he did. So I don't
So
like
we-
that he went all the way back to me, but
Well, what did we do with the other ones? We had a couple of half duplexes already tonight.
Right.
On Beacon View, they were smaller, right?
Let's see.
This is Harold. Yes, they were smaller. They were valued for less. This is 2 bedrooms, one bath. And I think we looked at some comps for those other duplexes and found that the north of $200,000 was reasonable for a 2-1 duplex, half of a duplex that had approximately 1,000 square feet. So
I think you're right. I think we had one at 210, didn't we? Maybe, or maybe this was the comp. I don't remember. There was a Beacon View one that sold for that, 210.
yeah, the two Beacon Views that we approved, 23 Beacon View was approved in part for 185, and then 3 Beacon View was for 170.
Right,
this-
but I think there was a sale comp at 210 or something. There was one sale that was larger on the Beacon View, so.
Well, this is Harold. I think I can call a vote. All those in favor of granting the requested amount to $231,000, if I'm on the right page here. Is that correct? 231,000? The requested
Yeah,
amount?
but I'll let question.
I'm just saying, we looked at some, I'm just looking at them again. And I don't see a problem with that number. I don't know if anybody else does.
I don't see a problem with it at all. No.
Anything more?
Okay, all those in favor of granting this appeal for the amount of $231,000, please raise your hand. Thank you, it's unanimous. The motion is carried 6-0-0. And we got a minute, so you want to do the last one, wrap it up?
Yeah, there's 2, but I'll wrap up. I'll only do 1 because of the timing, but it's the same owner, right? So it's appeal number 38. And this should be pretty cut and dry, I think, but we'll see. So appeal number 38 for 38 Campfield Drive for Ahmed Abraham again, requested value of $225,000, down from the town value of $271,100. He refinanced in October 2020. I also want to make sure I have that date right, because and that was the appraisal came in at $212,000 at that time. So he's requesting $225,000. He believes that's fair because he added below inflation. And then he just believes that increase is because of COVID. So he calculated for COVID in that. So it's why he was asking for $225,000.
And he paid 2007 in March of 19, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that one. And I'll give you, if you have 30 seconds left, you can get your last one done too, but then you're
We have
really.
to vote on this
Hey.
one first.
Well, we got to vote on this, so let's do it.
All those in favor of granting this appeal, please raise your hand.
Wait, was there a second to the motion? I
Yeah,
missed
yeah,
the
yeah.
second to the motion.
Catherine will second. You're doing a great
Thank
job
you.
of keeping us
Yep.
tidied up.
All right. Yes, Catherine did second that motion. I forgot to call her name. The motion is carried 6-0-0.
Okay, and the vote was 6-0-0?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, your last one, Ronique?
Last one,
388?
appeal number 388. So this is for Amy Hannanen at 735 Knapp
the
Highway,
appeal
requested
number?
value of 388. Sorry,
3.
I rushed
Thank
that one. No worries. So the requested value of $220,000, down from the town appraised value of $306,300. And I would motion to approve the requested value of $220,000.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Is there a second?
Oh, Catherine will second
Oh.
it.
Kathleen,
Kathleen, you seconded.
So there's a lot of pictures to this. They compared it to the units, and they're kind of looking for the value what it was 5 years ago. The comparable sales that they kind of looked at was 7181 Sterling and that sold for $280,000 on July 31st, 2020. The other one on Sterling was 231 Sterling, selling for $302,000 February 20, 2021. They did no work on the home. They're kind of looking at the condition. There's water damage. There's it's over 80 years old with original plaster wall. The electrical system's not reliable. It's original to the house. The back door doesn't close. The roof is the only thing that's in good condition. So he went over appraisals, which I didn't think was very legitimate in his case, because he was looking at appraisals of 426 naps, 814 naps, 740 naps. But he was just looking really at the appraisal value. But they did end up selling. So 426 naps sold on July 10, 2020 for 432. The appraisal was 494. 814 naps sold on June 12, 2020, sold for 335. Appraisal 371. 740 naps sold for 380. Appraisal 391 on August 3rd. He was just basically saying that the sale price was lower than the appraisals. And he just believes that the condition wasn't taken into consideration for his property, which is why she was requesting for $220,000.
This is Kathleen, it's a cape, right? It's not a duplex or anything. I do see they've gotten reductions from the BAA.
Exactly, and that's why I was reluctant going all the way down to the 220. But then again, the eval in 2015 was 200,000, so 220,000 they're requesting. Not crazy, and I'm always reluctant doing partials.
I'm good with it, and here's why. It's got to be in worse condition now than it was then. And that is in really what I would call deplorable condition, sorry to say. So I don't see anybody a lot more.
I don't have any issues with that. Did you see me go like this? Did anybody see me go like, did you see that? You know what that was? I looked at the bathroom.
Let's see that again.
Oh, hold on.
Excuse me, this house has what, two bedrooms, 1.5 baths? The bath is not usable. This house is not, I don't believe it's livable condition. And I can't see the value in this house. I don't know if the land has the value.
Well, that's the land.
Tear down?
We need to look at the land value, I think, a little bit. 220 on a not, when we're putting duplexes at 220, a half of a duplex at 220, and just have to take a look at the land. So the land is at 225.6.
Right. It would be going less than.
Yeah, 0.14 acres. And they get a duplex on that? Who knows that number? No.
It's in the B zone, but again, we never know with 63, don't you need 9,000 to do a duplex?
Can't do a duplex on that, it's too small.
Yeah.
Too small.
All right. I'd like to call a vote, unless there's further discussion. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, please raise your hand. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor of granting. Opposed? Abstention? Opposed? I have 2 opposed. The motion is carried. 4 in favor to grant, 2 opposed. No abstentions. Kathy, could you please call the vote?
Okay, for appeal 388 to reduce the appraised value to $220,000, the vote was 4 in favor, 2 opposed, 0 abstentions, with Kathleen and Catherine opposing.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the members of the board who have participated this evening and for your good work.
I have one thing I just want to add. I just want to talk about tomorrow because I think I had said 6, then I said 4. Now I think I'm saying 5, and most of it's all of us again tomorrow. So it's not Paulette, right? Because Paulette, you're away tomorrow. But Catherine, are you 5?
I can be there at 5. I'm sorry, I can't
At
be there
5.
at 5 o'clock. I
That's
can be
okay. So I think it's the rest of us at 5, right, Judy? You had originally said 4 to 6, but Catherine's not available till 5. So can you do 5 to 6?
Oh, tomorrow? You want me to do it, start at 5?
Yeah, because Catherine can't start till 5. I thought she could start at 4, but she can't
Okay.
start till 5.
Yeah, hold on.
5. And then, you know, we'll have John, we'll have Peter, we'll have Alexis tomorrow night. So some of us can leave. And some of us, and then the same, we've got a 4 o'clock on Wednesday too. I think we have probably, we're the
Oh.
quorum again. So,
You only wanted me from 4 to 6 tomorrow.
right, so now it's only 5 to 6, or we'll just, never mind, and we'll start at 6. We just tend to get a lot more done when the earlier we start.
I'll do 5 to 6. If that helps him,
Okay.
yeah, sure. Yep, I'll do it.
All right?
Yep.
So, just to come up, we have a quorum from 4 o'clock tomorrow evening,
5 o'clock.
from 5 o'clock tomorrow evening, okay? Kathleen will publish that. Thank you again for everyone. Do I have a motion to
Yeah.
adjourn?
For
I'm
Greenfield
sorry.
Hill, if you'll be a few more, Judy, from 5 to 6, we'll see if we get a few more Greenfield Hills in. Does that work? Okay.
All right.
Am
Ronique, you're asking a question?
Am I on tomorrow? I forgot.
I think I did have you on, but I was going to try to let some of you guys, between Tuesday and Wednesday nights, I want to give some people, you know, the rest of the night off, and just the people, if we help with that earlier quorum. Tonight, we didn't have many people, but tomorrow, I think Tuesday and Wednesday, we have a good, not Paulette tomorrow, but we have a good chunk. So I don't care if you want, you know, let's see, who else is leaving tomorrow night? Catherine's
I'll
on
be
at
in
5.
tomorrow at 5. I'd like to go. So,
All right.
Yeah, I hear.
We'll cover this in emails. I'm asking for a motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Judy?
Second,
Okay.
Judy makes a motion. It's seconded by Ronique. Thank you again, everyone. Kathy, thank you for your assistance and good
You're welcome.
service.
You did 31 appeals today.
31.
wow.
Let's keep it up. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks,
All
Good
everybody.
evening.
Good
Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye. Good night.